Remain standing, please. Word of prayer.
People of God. People of God, people of Allah, people of Creator, let us pray. I will start with Psalm 139, verse 14. We will praise you, for we are wonderfully and beautifully made. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, you are our master designer, weaver, since time immemorial. We thank you for all the designing and weaving of our lives using different fabrics in this world. Thank you, God, for making our lives fine weavings, because you have made each life a fabric of your design. For the many times we have failed to see your weavings intertwined, forgive us. This morning, this weaving summit, we pray that we follow. We pray that we follow your designs in different patterns of life, so that your masterpiece can be shared by all the people of goodwill. Master designer, master weaver, guide our lives so that we also weave this world through our choices, our passions, our missions, and our plans. We ask all this through your master designer, master weaver, forever and ever.
Let's get seated. Our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Monica Msenero, the Vice Chancellor, Kyambogo University, Professor Eli Katunguka, Honorable Lieutenant General James Mujida, Dr. Emmanuel Mutunji, the summit convener, Professor Des Laubscher, hopefully I've got the pronunciation right, the representative of the Pan Afrikan Design Institute, our distinguished facilitators and moderators, deans of faculties and schools and heads of department of Kyambogo University, and staff of Kyambogo University, our esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome to the Uganda Design Summit 2023 in Kyambogo University. Please feel at Kyambogo. That's what we say. When you're in Kyambogo, you're supposed to feel at Kyambogo. In view of the time, please permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to refer you to our schedule that we have. And at this moment, please, I would like to welcome Dr. Emmanuel Mutunji to make the welcoming remarks for this summit. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Banda. The Honorable Minister Dr. Monica Msenero, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, our dear Vice Chancellor, Professor Eli Katunguka, Honorable Lieutenant General James Mujira, Managing Director, National Enterprise Corporation, Kyambogo University Council, those that are representing them, they're here, members of top management, our presenters and exhibitors, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to Uganda Design Summit 2023. I will just, in the interest of time, talk about Uganda Design so that we all know what it is. Uganda Design Summit is a series of conferences and workshops that take place in different countries in Africa. The conferences call for more research and solution to design sources, processes, and systems. The conferences explore how indigenous design processes and systems can contribute to the global agenda. The Design Summit, because when they are there, they think they are in the army and they cannot do it. And NEC is actually saying, no, the army is not for fighting. The army is for development. So they are exhibiting with us. We thank you, General Mujira, for coming to be our keynote speaker and to demystify the thinking that soldiers are for war. Our second keynote speaker is Professor Mugendi, who's the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of administration, planning, and finance. I think I should have requested General Mujera to stand for recognition. Thank you, sir. And I'm going to request Professor Mugendi to stand for recognition. Is the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of administration, planning, and finance at Machakos University, Kenya. And he has been working with us for some time. He helped us develop our PhD program in design and culture. And he helps in supervising our students. So you are most welcome, sir, Professor. Our third keynote speaker is Dr. Catherine Wandera. I think she's around. Don't mind, you can stand. Thank you. We brought Catherine in because he's handling a very important sector of import substitution at Honorable Minister's docket of Science, Technology, and Innovation. And we thought, how can we have our students start thinking on designing products that will substitute? And we thought if she comes in, she will give us something very helpful. Our fourth keynote speaker is Professor Sahil Kahil from Elwen University, Egypt. He's a professor of curriculum and methodology of teaching, museum, education, and docent training. You are most welcome. And she was in charge of the international mobilization for this conference. We have over 30 papers that will be presented in different areas, and all the presenters are here. We have very distinguished professors amidst us. Professor Kiori can stand for recognition. From Sekou University, Kenya, Professor Ahmed. From Helwen University is here. We have Professor Des and wife from South Africa. These are PADI representative. PADI is Pan Afrikan Design Institute that are in charge, that we collaborate with in design. They have a number of exhibitors, and we have also a community engagement that our students in art and industrial design have been working with the community as one of the requirements of the universities, and we have worked with Hassan Tarabi Education Center to create an interactive compound, and a group of people here as a breakaway session will travel to Hassan Tarabe. We'll go to Hassan Tarabe in Royal Gallery to launch the activity. I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody who have turned up for this conference. I want to thank our supporters that have given us support in one way or the other. You can see Abusa, you can see NEC, Stanbic, who supported us to make sure that this conference summit is a success. I want to thank the organizing committee chaired by Dr. Patrick Serunjoji. I don't know whether he's around. He must be out working. Professor Kwesiga, Dr. Joan Kechmuri, Dr. Wycliffe Tusime, Professor Sahir, and Charity Bialgaba in the Secretariat, who worked day and night to put this activity together. Once again, I want to thank you and to welcome you to Kyambogo University to enjoy Uganda Design Summit 2023. Thank you.
Another round of applause to the convener, please. Louder than that. Thank you very much, Dr. Mutunji. Allow me to introduce our next distinguished person. Come and make his remarks. However, most of us may not know who he is. Professor Des Laubscher is the only person in the world to have served on 4 international bodies. President and Fellow of the International Federation of Interior Architects, Stroke Designers, Board Member of Design for the World, Barcelona, Spain, Vice President of the International Council of Design, President and Fellow of the Pan Afrikan Design Institute. He is also the founder and past president of the African Institute for Interior Design Professions. He has recently been appointed onto the advisory board of Afrikan Design Matters, an organization set up to promote and exchange creative ideas throughout Africa and put Afrika Design at the forefront of design on the continent, as well as lobby organizations like the African Union to recognize design as a game changer. He was instrumental in organizing the Tumulus Conference that took place in Joburg in 2014. This conference was a huge success with 105 delegates and 85 local delegates. He has also been a juror for many design competitions, both internationally and locally. His latest accolade in this regard is being part of the Department of Trade and Industry judging panel for the furniture design. He was appointed as a visiting professor from 2001 to 2003 at Nottingham Trent University, United Kingdom. He is presently the CEO of Greenside Design Center, a world-renowned design education institution in Joburg, South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Des. His presentation.
Good morning. You can hear me. Oh, good, thanks. First of all, I would like to thank the Ugandan Design Summit and the organizers of this event, because it is quite a milestone, you know, that we started PADI, the Pan Afrikan Design Institute, around about 9 years ago, and it was 3 people. And from that, there were 2 South Africans, one Ghanaian. And from that, it's grown into about 16 countries now around Africa. And it is amazing what we've managed to achieve. And every second year, we have these conferences or these summits. The first one was in South Africa. The second one was in Ghana. The third one in Kenya. And now today, we are celebrating here. And I would also like to just say hello to our honorable guests, to the fellow presenters, to my colleagues and friends. I see everyone in this room as a friend. That's what we hear. That's what we do so well. So let's do that, and let's actually look at the new African design and see what the Pan Afrikan Design Institute can do to help Africa. And I think the thing that this is a presentation that we put together after the first meeting that we had when we formally formed in Winneba in Ghana. What we want to try and do is create a strong voice, design value, to feed the African hope. And I think that we all agree the reason why we're here is because we are so passionate about what we believe in, what we think design should be. And I think that's something that we really need to acknowledge. And I think what for me is amazing is that I sit in a room today where we have people from the Cape to Cairo in Africa. That was such a dream many, many years ago. And in between, we've got a whole lot of people in Eastern Africa and West Africa in the same venue. It's such an amazing achievement, and I thank Uganda Design for doing that. You've been astonishing. And my dream was, when we started this organization, was to actually have a core where we would feed in the professionals, we would feed in education, we would feed in research, we would feed in industry, and we would feed in government. And the center would actually have a secretariat. And what is wonderful to me today is to tell you that Felix, the present president of PADI, has signed an agreement with Winneba University to host our secretariat in Ghana. So, and they are going to sponsor that space, and they actually have 2 employees that will actually be running our organization. So it's become a much bigger thing than we ever thought it might be. And that is really hugely important. I would never be here today if it wasn't because of PADI, and wasn't because of meeting such amazing people at our board meetings and listening to everyone. And I also would like to thank Patrick and the fellow team that organized this summit for all the hard work and the professionalism that they've achieved. The whole concept is about strong ethical values, principled systems, and honest humans. So I know that sounds quite simplistic, but in actual fact, that is the core of us as people. Those are really the things that keep us moving and going. It's really, really important that we consider that. I'm not going to read you the side text because that is what happened, but those are the things that came out of each one of these slides, which is important to actually understand. You will obviously have this presentation available to you from the conference organizers. Africa can rise with good design, and that's something that I have advocated for my whole life, and I've been involved in design education and professional design for 45 years already. Believe me, I'm 71, but my passion is going to carry on for another 71 years, if I can make it that long. And I really believe that good design and relevant design can play such a big part in what we can offer the rest of the world, but I'll get onto that now. We need to actually, and we are doing this. This is across the continent, but the thing is we needed a unified body that could actually talk to these principles. We are doing an amazing amount of research. This conference is one of those places where that is being celebrated by people actually presenting their research and showing what we're capable of on this continent. We create value for African design, and I think that's another thing that we have to be proud of. You know, we're still having these conversations about Europe and about America and about Asia, but we are the key to the success of design because we are African, and we are on this continent that actually has this amazing ability to be innovative. And in Africa, you have to be innovative, not because it's a pleasure or that you enjoy it, but in some cases, it's to actually stay alive. And that's how serious innovation has become. And we must remember that. Whenever there's a war-torn area or there are refugees, whatever it might be, we need innovation to overcome those problems. And I saw a fruit delivery wheelbarrow kind of cart yesterday, made out of wood. And I thought, that is just so Africa. And it's so beautiful. And that's what we need to celebrate. Let's celebrate who we are and what we are. And that's what Paddy tries to actually achieve, or what we are achieving, actually. We also need to, across the continent, set up national design policies. Because without those, we cannot approach government. And government will not take us seriously unless we take ourselves seriously. We have a template for that, if anybody was interested from other countries, but in South Africa. And we are willing to share that on the platform of Paddy, not on the platform of South Africa. I get worried when as an example, I see Absa Bank is here. And I think, that's South African. That's not cool. We need to change that thinking. The other thing is, we have to sell this concept. We have to actually go out there and believe in what we're doing and tell the world what African design is doing for us and what we don't need from them. I think that's another very important thing. And we need to showcase the design economy of Africa. You know, the British Design Council are really good at this. They actually have research, and they've actually done surveys on how much the economy comes from design. And it's billions of pounds to that economy. If you look at S&P, you'll see that design companies are outperforming other companies by 200% at this point in time. And those are companies like Apple that depend on design, IBM, and Coca-Cola, the list goes on. So, you know, why are they doing so well? Because they actually have the data to prove that it's important. And we can talk as much as we like, but unless we do that research, it's not going to happen. And we have a heartbeat in Africa that must go out to the rest of the world. We have these amazing cultures, the amazing amount of diversity across the continent, and the amazing amount of color and I'm talking about design now, I'm talking about what makes us this unique place. And if we're talking about weaving, I'm thinking of South Africa, where the weaving of South Africa is through 11 different nations. And we are amazing weavers. It's just one of those incredible things. And that, for me, the title of this conference was just phenomenal. I was so excited when I saw it, this thing, okay. As I've said, we actually plan conferences and meetings. And with that, we have the biannual conferences, which I've already mentioned. And we meet every 90 days, which actually is not true. We meet now every 30 days as a board to discuss the future of design. And that board is open to individuals and people that are interested in making a contribution. It's not, at this point, we have around about 8 to 10 members, but it's not closed. It's open to people that would like to be involved. And I think the more people that are involved from more cultures and from different countries, the better it is for Africa at the end of the day, and the more that we can lobby government, which is really important. Design can change Africa, one voice and one chapter at a time. Now, we have chapters where we have the professional bodies. Uganda is one of those, very new in that sense. But we also have individuals, and we also have universities, and all of these people, and we then send out information that we've done, and we actually look for research, etc., which I think is really important. The one thing I've found with design in my 45 years, and I've been, as you've heard, I've done a lot in terms of international bodies and boards and whatever, is the sad part is that we end up at cocktail parties talking to each other about how bad things are and how we're not being heard. And we're not talking to the right people. We know what we're capable of. We don't have to tell each other. We know we're brilliant. We know that we can do something. We know that we can change the world. We know that we can work on sustainability and all of those things. We know that we can actually look at the United Nations key elements and we can perform according to them. But we're not telling the people that matter, the people that are professionals, the people in government, the people across the continent that are important to listen to us, the companies, the value that we have and can bring to the party. And that's what I'm hoping we can achieve through PADI. Let's not carry on talking to each other. Let's talk to the powers that be and make those things happen. So this is the voice of Africa. And you'll see that we spelt it with a K. We decided to do that, not because we wanted to be clever, but because we discovered that the only language in Africa that spells Africa with a C is English. And that's quite scary when you think of how many other languages there are in Africa. So why do we actually follow the colonialists on this level as well? We need to actually remember that we are Africa, and we need to celebrate that. So, I thank you for listening.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Professor. Our next speaker Professor Eli Katunguka Rakishaya. But before you come, allow me to please just read your profile so that people can appreciate who is coming to make his remarks. Professor Eli Katunguka Rakishaya is the third Vice Chancellor of Kyambogo University, reappointed in accordance with the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act 2001. He started his education in Keizoba Primary School, then Makobore, and later Antare. He graduated in 1980 with a Bachelor of Veterinary Medicine, eventually earning his PhD in Veterinary Parasitology from Glasgow University. He holds vast experience in academic leadership and research management at Makerere University, where he was before he came to Kyambogo University. He's distinguished in research and research management, attracting substantial grants and project funds from development partners. He's a prolific writer and author of multiple books, papers, and journals, and various national and international conferences. He was first appointed as Deputy Vice Chancellor in 2014 before he became the Vice Chancellor in Kyambogo University in 2017. Notable achievements has been keeping a very amiable and peaceful environment in Kyambogo University, boosting ICT, enhancing the visibility of Kyambogo University by hosting a number of conferences, and he's married, Lady Justice Ketra Katarisiwa, and with 4 children. Allow me to invite the Vice Chancellor of Kyambogo University to make his remarks, and thereafter he will invite the chief guest, who will make her remarks where she is. You're most welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much for that introduction. The Honorable Minister and our chief guest, Honorable General James Mujira, the PDF representative and Managing Director, Enterprise Corporation, members of top management who are here, our international visitors from South Africa, from Kenya, from Egypt, you're most welcome. And the keynote speakers, the academic staff of Kyambogo University, representatives of the world of work, our dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister, allow me to thank you heartily for finding time to come and be part of this Uganda Design Summit 2023. I want to thank you for always honoring our invitations and for allowing science, technology, and innovations. Honorable Lieutenant General Mujira, Managing Director NEC, I want to thank you very much, heartily, for spending all this time, sparing your time to come and be part of this summit. It is not usual that we have a high-ranking military officer coming to talk to academia about what UPDF does, especially in the times of peace. So I want to thank you very much for honoring our invitation and coming. Colleagues, I'll be very brief in the interest of time. Allow me to thank the conveners of this summit, Dr. Mutunji and your team in the School of Art and Design. I'm aware that putting together such a course takes a lot of time and energy and a lot of people involved. So I want to thank you very much for putting together this summit. I want to thank our international participants, those who have traveled long distance. And also thank God that COVID is behind us and people can travel and interact face to face. I'm informed that we have people from South Africa, the gentleman who has just spoken, you are most welcome. We have Machakos University in Kenya, Harwan University in Egypt, and our own Catherine from STI. I don't need to emphasize the role of universities in knowledge creation through research and innovations. Universities are expected to develop new knowledge, to extend the frontiers of knowledge, to add to the existing knowledge through research and innovations. And I'm glad that Kyambogo University was able to introduce a competitive research scheme. This is a scheme where we put in some sizable amount of money. It's not a lot of money, but members of staff can write proposals and compete for money to be able to do research, to innovate, and disseminate their findings. And I'm glad to say that some of the exhibitions I saw outside there were part of that research that the university funded. I applaud the school for coming up with partnerships with international players. Universities cannot be islands, cannot survive on their own. They must have partners, both locally and internationally, with whom they write proposals, with whom they develop their curricula, with whom they exchange students and staff. And that way, they keep their knowledge up to date. So I want to thank you very much for these partnerships, and we look forward to listening the message from them. When I was seated there, I was thinking about the academia, government, and industry partnerships. I think this is a partnership that we have not developed significantly in this country. A partnership between the academia, the industry, and the government. So we try to engage the industries. The industries don't understand how universities work. And they think we are too bureaucratic. We don't respect time. Many times, we don't know that in industry, time is money. They don't participate in many of our activities. But we have worked with many industries, especially in the area of internships. But we need to do more, because in many developed countries and developing countries, universities, industries depend on universities to give them knowledge which they will use to spur their businesses. And that's the way we want to go. I want to thank Lieutenant General Mujira, who is from the industry, who has agreed to come and share with us what they do. And from that experience, we shall be able to see what we can add to their business as a university. I was looking at the products out there, and I looked at water. You know, the way you can sell water depends on how you design the bottle. It's not water, even beer. The design of the beer bottle can attract you to buy that particular bottle and leave the others. So this is where design comes in, almost in everything. Design comes in the area of construction, in industry, and also in beauty. For people who have been traveling, you get enticed to buy a perfume depending on the shape of the bottle. If the bottle is in a very enticing way, you are enticed to buy the perfume. So design appears to be everywhere. It is no longer, for us scientists, I'm a veterinarian by training, so I deal with animals most of the time. We think art and design is painting, but has moved on from there. It's now a big industry. You do research, you innovate, you design. It's a very big component of architecture. Smart cities, they want your designs, interior design, the beauty in the home. So the programs you give are very marketable, and we want to congratulate you for that. The Minister of STI has always challenged universities to innovate and develop products and get them on the market. This brings in the issue of commercialization of innovations. I think that is something we have not done very well. From the exhibits, I saw a lot of products, but there is no avenue to commercialize them. So through this discussion, today and tomorrow, this is an area that we can exchange information on and see how we can commercialize our innovations, especially as the minister is interested in developing products that are going to contribute to our national development as we substitute the number of products we bring in. So I want to thank you and welcome everybody to this conference. And let us stay as long as we can and share information. I want to thank every one of you who has come to make it a success. Another role I was given is to welcome the Honorable Minister to come and make her remarks. But Dr. Musenero does not need a lot of introduction. She has been on the Ugandan scene, driving STI to another level, bringing people to talk to each other while they used to talk alone, but that way they could not survive. So he has built partnerships to ensure that science, technology, and innovations comes to another level. Briefly, she did her studies in Makerere, both her undergraduate degree, where she did a Bachelor of Veterinary Medicine, then she did her master's in veterinary medicine as well, but specializing in microbiology and epidemiology. She's been very instrumental in the controls of epidemics on the African continent. And she introduced the first multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary team, including anthropologists and sociologists, creating interventions that drastically contained plague outbreaks in the country. She has served as a technical advisor for the USAID-funded One Health Workforce program. She's currently the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation under the Office of the President. She's a senior presidential advisor on epidemics and one of the key players in Uganda's response to the COVID pandemic. Honorable Minister, I want to invite you to speak the gathering.
From where she is?
You can do it from where you are, or you can do it from here, if you prefer.
I have more gadgets than the space I have. Can I have a chair or something? Okay. So much for so many things. And thank you so much, Professor Katunguka, for the introduction. It's always humbling to be introduced by my seniors. But Honorable Jura, the Vice Chancellor at Kyambogo University, our international guests, all the keynote speakers, STI staff present, the academic staff of Kyambogo University, the student body represented here, and all innovators who are represented here, I want to welcome you to this summit. You are all welcome, and I believe that we will accomplish something during this week. The government of Uganda is actively on a drive to encourage homegrown solutions. Sometimes when we say that, we want to look at that in a sort of humanitarian way. You know, let's just replace what has been, this is our own. No, we are talking about something more fundamental. In the next few minutes, I hope I'll give some pointers to where we see this going. So the government led by His Excellency, the President of Uganda, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, has provided guidance to the nation. And they have crafted a vision of where we want the country to be. And that vision is stated in Uganda Vision 2040. Now, the vision as it was stated has been modified as presented by His Excellency to STI. While we aspire to be a middle income or a prosperous nation by 2040, he has written to me saying he prefers this goal, this vision, to be achieved much earlier than that. And you know, in the past, especially in the African continent, we have had this habit of dealing with things in capsules. We deal with things, education. So we have education indicators, literacy, numeracy, you know, and attendance. Then we go to health with its indicators. And in the process, we link most of what we do to the central point. Ladies and gentlemen, the most important thing in a nation is for us to develop economically. As long as we are underdeveloped, we will never be able to address issues of education. We will never be able to address issues of health. We will not be able to address issues of our roads, of all the things. And so, the first and foremost role of science and technology, which I'm going to walk through and redefine quite a few things, because conditioning matters. The way we can see the same thing and interpret it totally differently because of the way we are conditioned. So if we don't align our thinking, there is nothing that we do in the nation that is not impacted on or does not impact on the economy. So the primary role of science, technology, and innovation in a country is to help this country address two components of the economy. And these are the major components. One is to address poverty. Address poverty by creating prosperity. Number two, to address underdevelopment by creating development. And if we are so intentional, you can see that the world is divided into two: the developed world and the underdeveloped world. And in line, you can say the poverty-stricken and underdeveloped world and the prosperous and developed world. And these are largely linked to how these countries have harnessed science, technology, and innovation literally in every sector. Literally in every sector. To drive their people from poverty to prosperity, to drive the nation from underdevelopment to development. Consequently, once that has been internalized, that the role of science and technology is really to onboard prosperity in Uganda and Africa. It is to onboard prosperity by displacing poverty and to onboard development. Hence, everything that we work on as a student, as an innovator, the things that I have seen must have that as the vision. It must envision, how do I move from here to that? And this has eluded us for a long time, and partly that is why what Professor Katunguka is talking about, the link between industry and academia, has been elusive. Actually, every attempt has been like a flight trying to take off and to crashes. So is the link between government and private sector industry. And because we did not define the connections. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share with you a summary of a lot of information that we have come up. And maybe before I go there, to make sure that Uganda moves, the government has been working at trying to play these pieces on the chessboard. How do we get there? So in 2016, we formed our first Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. This was rearranged in 2021 to form a secretariat at the Office of the President for Science, Technology, and Innovation. And that's the institution which I head as the Minister in charge of Science, Technology, and Innovation. Our role is to make sure that we provide overall guidance and coordination for scientific research, development, and the whole national innovation system in the country. We provide leadership, policy guidance, and an enabling ecosystem. Make sure resources are mobilized, human, material, as well as financial, so that we can bring science, or allow me to just say STI, to bear on the economy. And so one of the first things has been to define what we call the highway. And I think this is going to solve most of our issues. So this highway is the single slide that I'm going to show. How does human innovation, ideas, as generated in the university and other parts of the community, how do they bear on the poverty and underdevelopment of a nation? And in that panel, the first is science. Now, we have had a debate in this country over the past 1 year. Who are scientists and who are artists? I've brought for you the definition of science. Science is information which has been systematically, scientifically, and the scientific approach, which is one of the key principles that we embody now, is well defined, and will start moving from holding one-day conferences in each of the universities to make sure that you have internalized this. But for the purpose of this summit, I thought I would raise it so that as we move along, we can identify. So we generate knowledge. It could be anthropological knowledge. It could be social science knowledge. It could be economic concepts. So long as it is knowledge which has been well organized. It includes laboratory research. It includes all that knowledge which has been generated. That knowledge must translate into technology. It must translate into technology. If we do not translate knowledge into technology, we become the ivory tower. And we coexist with the poverty and the underdevelopment with no intention of mixing with it. So this technology creation is what I have seen around. And I've been here a few times. I think I've been to a lot of exhibitions here. And as much as possible, when you invite me, I'll be here. So Technology develops tools. It develops tools. But when you develop tools alone, and you do not translate those tools into solutions through innovation, because innovation helps us to package pieces of knowledge, and tools, most likely tools from one source. Tools coming out of different technologies. We are putting them together to solve problems. And that's innovation. And if we do not mix, if we do not meet on this highway and greet each other, then at innovation we are unable to find solutions. Solutions that address poverty and solutions that address underdevelopment. However, that's not good enough. Africa has been producing. And believe me or not, our villagers are very innovative. Otherwise, they wouldn't be producing the way they're producing. To keep producing and feeding us up to now. So, in their own way, they have used a lot of indigenous science. And these days we call them indigenous scientists. Because they have a lot of knowledge, they have a lot of wisdom, they have a lot of information which Africa needs to accomplish what Professor was talking about of this design for Africa. And so, but what has lacked is that knowledge has not been brought to bear on industry. It has supported subsistence and peasantry. It has not supported industry. And until we move out of artisanmanship and subsistence production, to think about all the things that you have had, I've seen cow horn. There is a lot of pride in saying something is handcrafted. But I'm yet to find a nation that has attained socio-economic transformation through just handcrafting. So I want to challenge the artists and the designers to go a step further. Move a step further. We have here very good mats. Umukeka. Very good. Traditional. It has been here forever. But recently, I noted that it has been overthrown by an industrially produced mat. Do you also note that? Yeah. It has been overthrown. And you can count so many things that have been overthrown because we are making them as handcrafts. So art and design should not be the same with no industrialization. Art should drive industrialization. We need to take things into industrial processes. Otherwise, with the more than 8 billion people, you will not have a significant vision. And especially if there are other people thrusting similar products which have imitated yours. So all the innovators here, all the thinkers, all the researchers, you have not finished your process of design until you've taken your product into an industrial process. And then commercialization. Innovation is not complete until there is a minimum population of consumers willing to pay for a product at a given price from that innovation process. So if we produce knowledge, science, a lot of it, and we have been doing that for many years, but poverty and underdevelopment have persisted, meaning we have taken a step in the journey on the highway, but we're not there. Of recent, I've seen a lot of tools, prototypes in all the universities, which is a good step in the right direction. However, there's very little innovation. Utilizing that knowledge and those tools to actually address the needs of this population. And Uganda has a young energetic population. So we need to take that, and then we need to take the creations that we have and push it to mass production. You can have a few things you're proud of, or we are making this, but by and large, national development is going to require that we define processes of mass production, of translating this knowledge and these tools and these into mass production so that we can get it out there. And that means there should be people willing to buy. There should be people who are ready to sell. I was at Makerere University on Monday, and I was telling them that the reputation of Africa as a source of raw material is coming to an end. We have actually started the downward trend. If you read the Times properly, it has started going down. And now it's time for the designers and the artists to come up, because we are preparing ourselves to supply to the world value-added products which have gone through this highway. And so we need to go there with products that meet the standard, with products that people need, with products that people want. And I don't think we are short of those needs. We just need to get our mindset right. We need to get ourselves there. So it is time, that mode of, there are things that we have neglected over a long time. But our job as STI, that includes all of you, if you produce knowledge systematically collected, you're a scientist. So our job is not only to promote science, but to make sure the highway of how science leads to economic impact is well defined, it is actually constructed, and it is well maintained and functional. There are principles which guide success during the drive along this highway. It is obvious that Uganda, like many African countries, we have come of age now. The mode is to no longer tolerate situations and circumstances which delegate us to the periphery of humanity, where you're just there to create some beauty, some decoration. But to take hold of the steering wheel of our future, harnessing our resources, including the brilliant brains of the young population, the wisdom of the elders, and the wealth of our inheritance, including culture. I was sharing with Professor that yesterday I was at a function and they were performing, and it is interesting that our traditional music instruments, which were not taken on by the rest of the world, they are still in their natural state. They are not amplified. There is no mass manufacture. There is no serious business attached to them. And specifically there, they were playing this hand piano. And I couldn't help but enjoy the beat, the rhythm. How do you commercialize that rhythm, that beat? But I also noted that the people playing, their fingers had really become callous, because we don't even have simple picks as technology which helps them to pick the machines, to pick those things without becoming, you see a guitar, I learned to play guitar just a little bit. I think I've forgotten. But when you strap those fingers and you are playing it commercially, your fingers will become damaged. So we have the picks, we have those things. But our instruments, in my tribe, we have this beautiful music. It is played, 7 drums played by one person. That kind of rhythm, you know, to replicate it, to produce it. But many times they don't allow these artists to perform where the president is, because still the tuning is done by fire. And the general will tell you there that you don't bring such things near His Excellency. Why don't we have technology that does it? So we need now to move. And I believe, I tell you, if you had that rhythm, even many people here have never heard of it, your intestines move in enjoyment. The blood vessels begin to pulsate properly. So we want to harness this culture, but it has also to move along the same highway. I want to open the minds, lift the lids of artists, that you only find pride in handcrafted things. There might be that market, but it is a small market compared to products which come out of industrial processes. And there is no law that stops you from going into industrial processes. It's just a conditioning of the mind. So we want to harness this to create the future we want. Therefore, for this summit, with the theme, Weaving an Afrikan Design Mat, it's really exciting. And it's so important. As Professor presented, that was brilliant. That's brilliant what is happening. And as a sector in Uganda, I can't wait to jump on board. I can't wait to jump and partner and own and promote and support this, which you have been doing. I thought I would get a hand clap, but I didn't. Definitely, I didn't communicate. It means I didn't communicate. So this is really, really very important for us, because we are here to drive a productive future, to craft this productive future, industrialized and commercialized. Items that have been innovated or produced locally will enable us to develop an identity which will translate into revenue. If we innovate our own designs and solutions, we start crafting a new market. We start crafting a lane on this highway for ourselves that serves a particular clientele. And we need to have intellectual property. Intellectual property. The African intellectual property needs to be registered and protected for Africa. And so, it is a great honor once again for me to be here. What I have seen in the exhibition is really exciting. And I thank Kyambogo University for organizing this activity, and the others which have been previously organized. I have been here. I was trying to remember the name of the last one because you gave me a shot. The stream. I think STEAM? STEAM, yeah. And I couldn't make out because every time I come, you give me something. Now I couldn't. This one is related to what? But I want to thank you for always being innovative and for the effort and the push that you're making. And this means also what has been exhibited out there is we can no longer teach in silos. The teaching in the university must change. Because I was asking those in mathematics and the computer, and I was I was saying, have the artists, have they accepted your contribution? I sometimes see the artists protecting themselves from this technology. They want to stay relevant. You don't need to stay relevant. You need to evolve. You need to move, to grow into the future, which we are crafting. So industrializing does not mean that the artist is irrelevant. No, you're still there. It's just that the role, we need to move and add in the science. And so we don't need to teach in silos. This is the biggest challenge I have, because the workforce we have in the country in every sector has been produced largely by these institutions. But you have crafted every single person to work professionally alone. And when they reach in the workplace, they're expected to mix, and they just don't know how. They don't know how to do that. So coming back to the universities, now design, how do they get to learn how the mathematics? How can I even do my degree in art and mathematics, since those two are combined? So this siloing of subjects, siloing of courses, we need to begin, not the dialogue, because I think the discussion has gone on for long. We now need to begin the art of breaking down the silos and creating the mix, the canvas, which will produce Africa's Design Mat. Before I finish, I want to inform you that our Science Week preparations are on, and hoping that I saw many things here that could show up in Science Week. This year, the theme is Uganda Tusimbudde. Who can do a better translation to help our guests? Because that word is more than, I can't translate it effectively in English. Uganda, we have taken off. We have taken off. So we are exhibiting, because last year we were defining the highway. We were showing you the promise, how STI can take us to the desired future. Now this year, we are showing you that we have actually taken off. We have things along various layers, but we have definitely reached commercialization purposefully. And the second purpose is now to invite you to identify your contribution. Come and locate yourself so that you know where you fit. And following Science Week, I'll be visiting the universities to define, because each of you should take a very clear role. You can do your other things, but for STI, we need a very clear role so that we can push traffic on this highway. With that, those many few remarks, I want to thank you again, to congratulate you for hosting this, and I want to declare the summit officially opened. Thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, there is nothing useful to add from my part here. This has been a very well presented opening remarks, and she has contextualized the theme of this conference, weaving an African design mat in or using the STI economic highway. That is the rethinking of what I thought her message has been. So, well aptly put. Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero. We are trying to make an adjustment onto the program, and I think in consultation with the convener, we would like to get the address from the Honorable Lieutenant General Mugira, then we shall have a health break. This is in the interest of time. So we shall ask that you hold on a bit as we listen to his presentation. But before he comes, I'm humbled to read his profile, such that we are equally conversant with the presenter. Honorable Lieutenant General James Mugira is a celebrated general of Uganda People's Defense Forces. He is a member of parliament representing the army. He is a lawyer by training with a Master of Laws in International Business Law from the University of Manchester, UK. He holds a Master of Arts in International Affairs from Legon University, Accra, Ghana. He went through the company command courses, senior command and staff course. He is a trained internal crisis manager, international peace supporter, international intelligence director, international intelligence fellow, international peace supports operation senior mission leader, and a peacekeeping operations leader. He has held a number of positions as Brigade Intelligence Officer, Private Secretary to His Excellency the President for Security and Defense, Commander of the Armored Brigade, Chief of Military Intelligence, Managing Director of Luwero Defense Industries, and currently the Managing Director of the National Enterprise Corporation. He has served this country and has earned several medals, including the Renzori Medal, Luwero Triangle Liberation Medal, the Independence Medal, and the African Union Medal. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lieutenant General James Mugira.
The Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Honorable Monica Musenero, who is the chief guest, the Vice Chancellor, Kyambogo University, Professor Erika Tunguka, the convener, Dr. Mutunji, our international guests. In the interest of time, allow me to abide by the protocol that has already been established. But first of all, let me take this opportunity to thank the leadership and the organizers of this conference for extending an invitation to me and finding me a proper, fit and proper person to be a keynote, to give a keynote address. My topic is demystifying the old perception that soldiers are for war, innovations, and creatives of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. Just the content, a look at the abstract, introduction, brief background, then talk about the role of the Uganda People's Defense Forces in development, and then contextualizing UPDF innovation and innovation, I talk about a number of our engagements before I conclude. I want to say that this paper gives the historic, social, and economic narratives and how the UPDF has engaged the creative and innovative industries for national growth and development. Since independence in the 1960s to date, Uganda's military institution has evolved in advancing innovations and creatives. Few people outside the military understand and appreciate the culture, the values, or the people who make up the military force. Non-combatants have seen soldiers all over the world from different lenses. Joining and serving in the military is a big commitment and sacrifice, but it does not mean putting personal growth on hold. Indeed, a military career can offer one the chance to build expertise in a variety of personal and professional skills, including the creatives. As one grows in the military as an individual, one gains experience that can help excel in the military and beyond. The Uganda People's Defense Forces has supported and continues to support various creative industries and careers under, among others, the umbrella of the National Enterprise Corporation, which I head as the managing director. The National Enterprise Corporation is the commercial and business arm of the Ministry of Defense and the Uganda People's Defense Forces. Just a pictorial snapshot. By way of introduction, I want to say that all over the world, a soldier, that's a person who works in the army, has been at the center of civilization and development. The first ever recorded community to have soldiers was Mesopotamia, with Sargon of Akkad, the founder of the Akkadian Empire, believed to have formed the first standing professional army. In history, the most available design and war machinery can be seen in the works of Leonardo da Vinci, whose works not only informed warfare equipment, but also innovations in aviation and many other industrial applications. Here in Africa, the Ngoni people, who are part of the Shaka Zulu's training, are known to have developed war tools that were hitherto never matched. Shaka was a military genius for his reforms and innovations in the art of war. He changed the nature of warfare in Africa from an exchange of taunts and spear throwing, producing minimal loss of life, into close combat warfare. Together with his bullhorn tactics, the combination of assegai and the shield, Shaka inflicted crushing defeat upon his enemies. Likewise, here in Uganda, the various kingdoms and similar groups had special instruments of war or defense that were used by their soldiers. These personnel would, however, be involved in other economic supporting roles whenever the communities were at peace. It is therefore no wonder that the modern Uganda People's Defense Forces is involved in economic activities and has supported and developed creatives and innovations under her commercial and business arm, the National Enterprise Corporation. Some of the designs that I've talked about, and these are Shaka Zulu and Kabarega, who was the king of Bunyoro, one of the kingdoms here in Uganda. From what is believed to be the first war in recorded history between the forces of Sama and Aram in Mesopotamia in 2700 BC, the history to the present day Russia-Ukraine war, history of mankind is awash with conflicts and wars. War, according to the Oxford Online Dictionary definition, is a conflict carried out or carried on by force of arms as between nations or between parties within a nation. It is an intense armed conflict between states, governments, societies, or paramilitary groups such as mercenaries, insurgents, and militias. War is generally characterized by extreme violence, destruction, and mortality using regular or irregular military forces. Some of the causes of war are economic, religious, and political. Wars are fought for a range of reasons such as territorial expansion, self-preservation, defense and protection against aggression, and conflict over land resources or religious conflicts. I have enumerated a number of wars that have taken place in the world, right from the Trojan War of 1194 to 1844, the American Revolution Wars, the Napoleonic Wars, the Algerian War, the Iran-Iraq War, and now the Russia-Ukraine War. Pre-colonial Uganda witnessed conflicts and wars between tribes and communities over resources and territory. There were also wars of resistance against colonial rule by traditional rulers like Omukama Kabarego of Unyoro and Kabaka Mwanga of Buganda. The country further witnessed wars in the post-independence era, including the Uganda-Tanzanian War of the 1978-79, the National Resistance Army Protracted People's War, the Rhodes Resistance Army insurgency in northern Uganda for many years, and military operations against the Allied Democratic Front, both in western Uganda and across the border inside the Democratic Republic of Congo. All wars, whether in Europe or Africa, or Uganda for that matter, are fought by soldiers who are recruited, trained, and deployed to protect and defend their societies or countries from both internal and external threats, and whose primary role is to protect and defend their leaders, territories, and countries in order to maintain peace and harmony. Now, coming to Uganda People's Defense Forces. The Uganda People's Defense Forces is the national army, and it's a creature of the supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995. Article 208 of the Constitution establishes the UPDF and provides, among others, that there shall be armed forces known as the Uganda People's Defense Forces, which shall be non-partisan, national in character, patriotic, professional, disciplined, productive, and subordinate to the civilian authority. Article 209 of the Constitution lays down the functions of the defense forces as being to preserve and defend the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Uganda, to cooperate with the civilian authority in emergency situations, and to foster harmony and understanding between the defense forces and civilians, and lastly, to engage in productive activities for the development of Uganda. I have highlighted that one, engaging in productive activities, so that I can move away from the war part and now move to the area of production. The UPDF is not the first military institution in Uganda. Even the pre-colonial societies had some level of military organization, although rudimentary. Traditional leaders like the King Kabarego of Unyoro Kitara and Kabaka Mutesa, the King of Uganda, had personal guards and standing armies. The Abarusura soldiers of King Kabarega, for example, put up fierce bloody resistance against the British colonial rule. During the colonial rule, there was the King's African Rifles, drawn from soldiers who had participated in the Second World War, and later, when Uganda attained independence from the British in 1962, the 4th Battalion of the King's African Rifles was transformed into the country's first military force the Uganda Rifles, which was then renamed Uganda Army. In 1979, the Uganda Army, under the then President and Commander-in-Chief, Field Marshal Idi Amin Dada, was defeated by a combined force of Tanzanian People's Defense Forces and Uganda liberation groups, notably the Front for National Salvation, FRONASA, and Kikosi Maalum. The Uganda Army was replaced by the Uganda National Liberation Army, later renamed Uganda Defense Forces, which was also defeated in 1986 by the Museveni-led National Resistance Army after a 5-year protracted people's war against the Milton Obote and General Tito Okello regimes. It is the National Resistance Army that was later renamed the UPDF under the 1995 Constitution. So, coming to the topic. Whereas the topic is about demystifying the old perception that soldiers are for war, in my view, it should have been demystifying the old perception that soldiers are only for war, because it is mostly through acts of war that the primary role of soldiers can be achieved. It is important to note that in all wars, success in combat depends largely on the weapons used, from the use of sticks, bows and arrows of the Stone and Middle Ages to cannons, semi-automatic and automatic machine gun rifles, military combat aircraft, artillery, armor, nuclear weapons, to now drone warfare. The evolving nature of warfare has no doubt necessitated creatives, innovations, and inventions, leading to deep engagement in research and development and of defense industries purposely to carry out those creatives, inventions, and innovations. Indeed, even many inventions currently with civilian application worldwide, these were by the military. For example, digital photography, the internet, satellite navigation, the night vision, to mention but a few. Modern armies are now investing heavily in creative technology and research into future military technologies of artificial intelligence, advanced defense equipment, robotics and autonomous systems, Internet of military things, cyber warfare, big data, and analytics, and 5G connectivity. Those are some of the photos. Whereas advanced militaries worldwide have for many years been involved in invention and innovation, the situation back home here in Uganda has for long been of total and absolute lack of innovation and creativity, hence the belief and perception that soldiers are only for war. This can be attributed to a number of factors, including the poor quality of soldiers in the National Army, as a result, partly here in Uganda, of the colonial policies of divide and rule that branded some tribes from the north as martial, and therefore the only ones qualified to serve in the army, as opposed to southerners irrespective of their education. This was intended to use the soldiers from the north to suppress any attempts by people from the cash crop producing areas of the south to resist colonial rule. This, no doubt, had an effect on the quality of soldiers in the National Army, as the army became a preserve of the illiterate who couldn't read and write. Failures or rejects in society, the urban riffraff, the village runaways, generally the uneducated with no capacity at all to carry out any innovation. There was also the general belief that soldiers were only for war and not to be engaged in any economic activities for the development of the country, and that soldiers were to be fully catered for and looked after by the state. A dependency syndrome where the military was parasitic on the state and not involved at all in any other activity outside soldiering. So, how has the UPDF demystified the perception that soldiers are only for war? Firstly, obligating the UPDF to be a productive force for the development of Uganda as clearly stipulated and enshrined in Article 209D of the Constitution. Secondly, in implementation of the above obligation, pursuing a deliberate policy to engage the UPDF in productive activities for the socio-economic development of Uganda and development of defense industries with science, technology, and innovation as a major research and development component. The UPDF appreciates the fact that local defense industries' capabilities are extremely important for any country, and though not seeking complete defense industrial sovereignty, defense industries provide self-reliance and sustainable in-country capability for support forces, especially during combat. From a national security perspective, and to ensure appropriate sovereignty, countries need such capacity for self-reliance in terms of equipment. Foreign countries, and to avoid blackmail by superior powers, e.g. through sanctions and embargoes. Remember, Uganda is a landlocked country in a volatile region. The increasing and sophisticated global developments in science and technology, hence her involvement in research and development, which entails, among others, acquisition, the heart of any defense industry. In 1989, the Uganda government took a decision to set up Ruwero Defense Industries based in Nakasongola as one of the subsidiaries of the National Enterprise Corporation. Ruwero Defense Industries, whose core activity is production of small arms research on both defense and civilian products. In addition, the department periodically offers internship opportunities and training of university engineering students in the fields of manufacturing, robotics and artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and automation of production lines. These students have sometimes come up with innovations that support local communities. Just to give you one example, 2 years ago, when the water levels at Lake Victoria and Lake Kyoga rose, the pump house that supplies water to over 200,000 citizens in Nakasongola district became submerged and could only be accessible by boat. In order to ensure continuous supply of water to the local community, the interns at the research facility designed a system that would switch on the pump remotely, diagnose faults, and send alerts to the control room. This was done by just university internship students. Ruwero Defense Industries also engages in reverse engineering using robotic precision measurement equipment to produce tools and spares for its modern equipment for oil and gas manufacturing sector, as well as other engineering fields. In addition, the engineers, through research and development, are able to study the materials of spares and improve them in terms of cost, weight, and lifespan. Other equipment that have been designed and manufactured by the UPDF at Ruwero Industries includes boilers, food processing equipment such as maize and rice hullers, block making machines used in construction, state-of-the-art carpentry machines, and surface treatment machinery. One of the challenges facing innovations in Uganda, however, is the manufacture of the final product so that it's commercialized. and many young scientists stop at the prototype phase. Royal Defense Industries designs and manufactures molds used in manufacturing housing for products. This supports the innovations in robotics, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence to get their products housed and ready for the market. The research facility is currently being equipped and upgraded into a modern technology research and development center. Thirdly, there has been a deliberate policy to carry out nationwide recruitment into UPDF ranks of professionals, especially engineers, mechanical, chemical, electrical, etc., with high education qualifications with capacity to engage in research and development. The inclusion of designers and artists professions into the UPDF should now therefore be a deliberate effort, since engineering shares a lot with designing. Fourthly, the UPDF puts a lot of emphasis on operations other than war. This is outside war. These are defined as military operations that don't involve warfare, combat, or the threat or use of violence. They generally include peacekeeping, peace building, disaster response, humanitarian aid, military engineering, etc. UPDF is actively involved in non-combat activities and has a fully fledged department of operations other than war under the chieftaincy of operations. Some of these operations conducted by the UPDF include anti-smuggling operations in support of Uganda Revenue Authority, the marine operations on our lakes here against use of illegal fishing methods that has seen the reopening of fish industries which had closed down over reduced sizes and quantity of fish, and the increase of fish processing industry factories from 5 to 13 in the last 4 years. Other UPDF operations other than war include Operation Wealth Creation that has seen the number of people outside the money economy drop from 68% in 2013 to 39% in 2022. The UPDF has also for some time been involved in anti-stock theft disarmament operations in Karamoja, and 2 years ago, UPDF supported the Ministry of Agriculture in anti-locust operations in northeastern and eastern Uganda. Furthermore, the UPDF supports the Uganda Wildlife Authority in providing security in the national parks as a way of promoting tourism. UPDF also collaborates with the National Forest Authority to stop illegal logging, and through the Royal Guards Unit provides security to the traditional and cultural leaders. The UPDF engineers have been actively involved in construction of hospitals and medical facilities under the Ministry of Health, in addition to construction of schools and sports facilities like the ongoing reconstruction of the Nambole Mandela Stadium under the Ministry of Education and Sports. Our personnel have been deployed and provide leadership in strategic positions in public service, and also providing leadership and actively involved in anti-corruption operations through the State House Anti-Corruption Unit. Fifthly, the UPDF carries out training and participation in non-combat roles such as medical, engineering, legal, etc. In the area of aviation, the Ministry of Defense and UPDF aircraft through the Uganda Air Cargo transports both civilian and military cargo within and outside Uganda. Lastly, through NEC and her subsidiaries and joint ventures, UPDF is involved in many non-war activities, among others, railway and road construction. These include participation, these are just examples, the Kampala Maraba meter gauge railway, rehabilitation of the Orio Pakwache road, construction of security roads in Karamoja sub-region, and upgrade of the access road to Entebbe Children's Surgical Hospital to paved bitumen standard. Those are some of the works You can see in the pictorial where the Army, through National Enterprise Corporation, is actively involved. The rehabilitation of the railroad and improvements in Karamoja. That's the upgrade of that hospital, rather the road to the hospital. With academic institutions, NEC has been involved in construction of a perimeter wall and at Makerere University, and renovation of Lumumba Students' Hall of Residence. Construction of phase 2 of the Institute of Computer Science at Kampala University of Science and Technology is also being carried out by the National Enterprise Corporation. We have also constructed an agro-processing laboratory and animal feed mill at Rwentanga Farm Institute. And now we are constructing a demonstration and laundry sterilization block at Lira University. Those are some of the pictures. You can see the perimeter wall at Makerere. Those have been to Wandegeya, and the Institute of Computer Science at the Mbarara University, which we have just completed. NEC has also carried out rehabilitation works at Impoma Satellite Earth Station, thanks to the Honorable Minister who tasked us to do the job. We have renovated the radiology block at Soroto Regional Referral Hospital. We have constructed presidential initiative for establishment of industrial hubs at Masaka. We have also constructed a free economic zone near Entebbe International Airport, and we are also constructing the Kira motor vehicle production startup facilities in the Engineer Industrial and Business Park, among very many other projects that we are carrying out. Those are some of the pictures. That's in Soroti and Rwentanga. This is the Impoma Satellite Earth Station, which we renovated. This is the Masaka Hub, Industrial Hub, Presidential Hub. That is the free port zone at Entebbe International Airport. As you're flying out, you see it on the left. That is the Kira vehicle plant, which we are constructing. We are talking about designs. You cannot construct this without sitting down and designing something. So you can see that this design is very good. That's what we are building in Jinja. Then through our subsidiaries, we are also involved in large-scale crop production under the National Food and Feed Security Program. We are also involved in modern cattle farming and beef production at our farms. Those are some of the feedlots owned by the Army, targeting the beef industry. That is our farm at Chankwanzi. This is maize, support the National Food Security Project. Through our joint ventures, I think the professor talked about the importance of partnership, that as a university you can't do anything alone. Even us, we cannot do the things alone. So we partner with the foreign companies, and through our joint venture, we're involved in the manufacture and assembly of infantry fighting vehicles, also civilian armored vehicles. If you are a civilian and you want a bulletproof vehicle, you can bring it and we armor it for you. We are involved also in the manufacture of bulletproof vests. I think we have seen the vests outside there, and helmets for protection of personnel in high-risk situations. We are also involved in the repair, maintenance, and overhaul and upgrade of helicopters. And this one is done at our Nakasongora Defense Industrial Complex. We do production of commercial and civil explosives, which are used in mining and infrastructure development. This is also through a joint venture. We are in the production of natural mineral water. I'm happy that that's what we are taking now. This is the Ozima mineral water, which is produced by the UPDF. Then we operate, Royal Industries operates an oxygen and nitrogen plant at Nakasongora, which greatly supports the air forces and medical facilities. Indeed, when the country was having a problem in 2021, we stepped in and produced oxygen to support the hospital, which saved lives. We do also produce the sanitizers and masks. There are so many. I'm just trying to run through in the interest of time. We also run a waste management facility in Nakasongora, and we have also set up one to manage oil waste in the Albertine region. That is in the Albertine region near the Kingfisher area. That's a modern state-of-the-art incinerator that we use at Nakasongora, in addition to the engineered landfills. Partnering with Chira Motors, we've been able to manufacture those electric buses, electric and diesel buses, which you see on these roads here. These buses are manufactured at our facility in Nakasongora. We also do carpentry, as you can see. That is our auditorium at Kabamba. Maybe in future you may wish that we can provide similar services to one of your auditorium here. We are currently setting up an industrial and business park in a place called Kakoge in Nakasongora, which will be under the Ministry of Defense, but managed by NEC. It will have 5 industrial zones, agro-based industries, medical, light machinery, etc. There are also plans to set up a national military museum, which can also contribute to tourism in the country. The way, for example, Britain uses the military as a tourist attraction in the trooping the color and changing of guards at Buckingham Palace. The above list is not exhaustive, but in all the above projects, the UPDF brings on board professionalism and military discipline, which is a sine qua non for success. As I conclude, taking a lot of time, Honorable Minister, as seen from the above innovations and creatives, the Uganda People's Defense Forces is actively involved and supports creatively oriented individuals considering to join the forces, therefore, as a career path, should therefore not think of war only, because the army is not necessarily for war. Even when you join the forces without a skill, the UPDF has the capacity to improve your competitiveness and retool and enable you to contribute to national development. Indeed, UPDF involvement in development of Uganda has demystified and debunked the old perception that soldiers are only for war. Thank you very much for the attention.
Another round, sincerely, for the Lieutenant General. Very exhaustive presentation. It has been, very holistically presented. And I'm sure tackled all the various aspects and successfully debunked the perception we have always had. Any questions, 1 or 2 suggestions from his presentation? We want, since he has been the keynote speaker for this. Is there any question or something you might seek clarification, which we could pose to the general? Please feel free. This one is it might be, yes, Professor Oyugi. Then there's another hand there. I can see Professor Oyugi. Then I think there's a gentleman at the back, Sister Dr. Kawa. Microphones, please. And I think, General, we shall take the 4 questions, and I think you respond to them, if you can. Okay, Professor Yugi, where's the microphone here?
Thank you, the presenter. I think as the moderator said, you have done it all. And as an academician in this university, he has already said I'm Jacob Oyugi, an associate professor in the School of Management and Entrepreneurship. I've been here since 1994. All these structures we are seeing here came when we were already here. And that is a great achievement in this government. To me, when I looked at the topic, I was not worried about the demystification of the defense being only for war. To me, it is still war. What you are doing is still war. You are fighting war to eradicate poverty. You are fighting war to remove underdevelopment. So maybe we look at that war in another dimension. we should not just detach it from defense. You are still defending the country, but from another perspective, not violence, but trying to create development. So for that matter, I thank you very much. Thank you.
Briefly introduce yourself and then make your question relatively short.
Hello, my name is Steph and I'm from South Africa. I wanted to perhaps commend you and what the UPDF is doing here in Uganda. There obviously seems that there is a brute force in developing necessary infrastructure here in Uganda. And higher, there we go. I was just saying I want to commend the UPDF and all the efforts in what they are doing here in Uganda. And one of my recommendations is wondering if perhaps the same brute force could be applied here at the university and other sites of learning, particularly in science, technologies, mathematics, and perhaps especially here in design, architecture, industrial design, and the arts. Because I think, as we know, it's the Uganda Design Summit, and design is everywhere around us, and it's really a fundamental backbone of the way that we live and experience space. Yeah, so that is just my recommendation, perhaps for future projects to further develop places here within the institutions and sites of learning. Thanks.
Thank you. Very briefly, just one more question. Due to time constraints, our chief guest must leave. Sorry? Sister, Dr. Kawa.
Thank you very much, moderator. Sister Dr. Kawa is my name, from the School of Education, and currently working as Quality Assurance Director. First of all, I want to appreciate what the General has presented. I have seen how you are weaving the economy of the country, Uganda. I really appreciate. My question is one. Our dear General, you have shown us so many industries that you are really working on and which are coming up. Those who participate or who are employed in these industries, are they only military personnel, or it is a mixture of military and civilian? I submit. Thank you.
Interest of time, please, just 1 minute. We don't have time, please.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I'm Issa Joel from Karibu International School, Iganga. Yeah, my question will be, he has talked about robotics in his presentation, and yet we are also dealing with robotics in primary education. I'm very sure in that region, we are the first primary school introducing this in young kids. My question is there a plan that you have for these young kids so that before they join the army, they already have the skills?
Thank you very much. I think, Lieutenant General, you can respond to those in the interest of time.
Thank you very much for those. In fact, they are not questions as such. First one was a statement from Professor Oigi. Very good observation that he has made, that even what we are doing now is still war. A war against poverty, a war against underdevelopment. You know, at one time in the 1970s, somebody declared an economic war in this country. But instead of being this type of war, it turned out to be a war against the economy, instead of being an economic war. But I fully agree with you that indeed this is another type of war against poverty, against underdevelopment. From South Africa, Mr. Seya, a recommendation. Indeed, as I have said here, you can see that we are working with we have collaboration with Makerere University, with Yuri. And I had also, was in touch with, speaking to the professor this morning, that we need to establish a relationship between the military and Kyambogo University, where we can have an MOU. We are always receiving very many internship students from Makerere University, but few from Kyambogo. In fact, Kyambogo, I receive them when they have graduated. When they have graduated, and they really do good work. So we need that collaboration. We are all working in the same field, I think same mission, the common vision. On my sister, whether it is a mixture, it is a mixture. Like for International Enterprise Corporation, in fact, the civilians are more than the soldiers. Like that construction that we are talking about here, the general manager of NEC Construction is called Engineer Brian Bohanda. He's also a product of Kyambogo University. He says he supervised him. He's the boss there undertaking all these projects. So we have a mixture of civilians and the military. If you don't want to join the military directly, you come and join us, and we can benefit from your other knowledge. Then lastly, Karibu International Robotics, I was very impressed by what those young people are doing. And indeed, it's very important that you get them at a very young age, even to interest them in this area, because really that is the future. And, but I don't think that we would be in position to prepare the kids at that stage. You prepare them, and maybe we can support you once in a while, because we have a fully-fledged department. You can come and see the robots we have, for example, developed. In the past, just one example, we used to carry ammunition that we produce, you know, in trays, but now we have a robot. You put it there, it goes, it delivers, and comes back. I could give you a chance to see how it works. But otherwise, I don't think that as UPDF we can start training kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General. We just have one announcement, then one request. We are going to have a break. But before we have this break, I'll request that the facilitators join the minister here for a photo shoot. And then the rest of us, right out there, we have a tea break, which we shall take, I think, for 30 minutes. Then we can have the presentation by the robotics by the school. Okay? So let's have the photo shoot here. The facilitators, please, with the minister to take the photo shoot. Heads of department of the faculty, I think you should be joining to support your dean. Just here, please. Facilitators. Yes. Please, professors. I think I should have been specific and say all the professors. Yes, please, the facilitators. The rest of us, please pick a cup of tea, stretch for the next 30 minutes, just right out here. Please. There's tea served here. Just where I'm standing, tea. Are you sure? It's this one. I was the second person here. Yes, General, most welcome. Yes, Honorable, most welcome. Yes, General. No, actually, I supervised you. I was his MBA principal supervisor. Oh. Yes. Okay. For the MBA. Oh. Yes. Yes. You come for the MBA. I was his supervisor. Very good student.
One time, good president here is now a major in charge of operations of the explosive factory.
Oh. Okay, that's very great. It's been so honorable to have you here. Can we have a member of the department to please usher our professors for tea?
International Services Limited and Next Trade Uganda Limited. Luwero Industries currently has a workforce of about 400 employees to produce
I can sit it in the corner. You are saying.
to produce goods and services for the benefit of the defense forces, veterans of the UPDF and the general public. The National Enterprise Corporation. World over, defense industries are very strategically at the forefront of the rest of the commercial industries, and Uganda is not any different. Following the liberation struggle in 1986, the country has been largely at peace with a very organized and disciplined force. This provided room for the establishment of the National Enterprise Corporation, NEC, in 1989 by an Act of Parliament to serve as the commercial arm of the army. The corporation has headquarters in Bugolobi in the country's central business district, which acts as a holding company for its subsidiaries and joint ventures, which are Luwero Defense Industries Limited, NEC Construction Works and Engineering Limited, NEC Agro Limited, NEC Farm Katonga Limited, NEC Wazima Limited, NEC Security Limited. The joint ventures Shoga Dynamics Limited, Proheli International Services Limited, and Next Trade Uganda Limited. Luwero Industries currently has a workforce of about 400 employees, both active and retired UPDF soldiers and civilians. The ordnance factory, which lies 135 kilometers north of Kampala, mainly produces and assembles addition to the AK-47 upgrade. The subsidiary also produces extensive metal fabrication for weapon mounting for the UPDF infantry fighting vehicles and UPF for AMISON missions, plus has an able research facility that collaborates with Makerere University. The same company produces helmets and bulletproof vests with the highest modern technology. Waste that is both internally and externally generated, especially medical waste, is disposed of in a modern incinerator and engineered landfills. They manufacture modern furniture in all types of designs, both for the government and the private sector. Luwero Industries also operates an oxygen and nitrogen plant. The plant greatly supports the Air Force and the national medical facilities and generates some revenue for the company. When the country was experiencing a shortage of oxygen in the medical facilities, Luwero Industries stepped up to bridge the gap, thus saving the lives of many Ugandans. The facility was commissioned by His Excellency the President, General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola. Luwero Industries, through her Quality Control Department, is involved in the manufacture and sale of liquid soaps, sanitizers and masks, among others, in support of the anti-COVID-19 effort. The facility was commissioned by His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Weber is machine-making equipment. The woodworking machines factory was commissioned by His Excellency President General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola and is now fully operational. The factory manufactures fitness planners, surface planners, circular saw machines, band saw machines, and combined saw spindles extra. The production of these machines in the country, apart from serving the much-needed forex, contributes to the socio-economic transformation of Uganda. Luwero Industries established a 500-kilowatt solar plant as an alternative source of energy. This has greatly improved power quality and stability, which was a major issue affecting equipment, spoiling raw materials and interfering with production. The plant was commissioned by His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola. Utilizing the capacity of Luwero Industries, Kira Motors Corporation has since assembled Kayola buses, Tondeka and Kalita buses in Nakasongola district. Explosives are manufactured by Choga Dynamics, a joint venture between Luwero Industries and Wanbao Engineering Company with a project line in Nakasongola. The fully functional and now operational project produces to capacity for both local and continental markets. Proheli International Services, the joint venture between Luwero Industries, Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, and Bosasi for the maintenance, repair and overhaul of the MI helicopter series, was commissioned by the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on the 22nd of January 2022 and is now fully operational. NEC entered into a joint venture with the Straight Group for the manufacture of armored vehicles using the UPDF personnel. The Armored Vehicle Manufacturing Factory, which is now fully operational, was commissioned by the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola. The company provides a variety of security solutions to both military and private companies and individuals by supporting the defense sector, health sector, industrial sector, banking sector, emergency and rescue missions, and the transport sector.
Luwero Industries is currently managing oil waste that is accumulated from the drilling of crude oil from the Kingfisher oil fields run by Sinok in Chikube district. Luwero Industries, alongside its partner HBP, have put up several facilities to manage, treat and dispose of waste, including the solid and liquid treatment plants, engineered landfills, control, monitoring and production wells, plus other environmental monitoring facilities such as leachate collection and stormwater evaporation pits, among others. The Kingfisher Oil Waste Management Facility was commissioned by the President and Commander-in-Chief of Uganda Armed Forces, His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
NEC Limited is a subsidiary of the National Enterprise Corporation, NEC, the commercial arm of the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Uganda People's Defense Forces, UPDF. The company was incorporated in July 2015 and production began in January 2016. The new Zima automated water production plant was commissioned by the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of Uganda Armed Forces, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, on the 22nd of February 2023. The new line has since increased efficiency, improved product quality and safety, as well as reducing the human-machine interface. Having its factory establishment in the Kachiri Barracks in Mwakiso District, NEC Limited does produce portable bottled natural mineral water with a capacity of over 12,000 bottles per hour for 500 milliliter bottles, 18.9 liters of jumbo bottles, in addition to the 15,000 bottles per hour for the 330 milliliter bottles and 6,000 bottles per hour for the 1.5 liter bottles to contribute to the feeding of the forces as water is very important as a ration for the troops. The future vision being the most trusted bottled natural mineral water at both local and international levels with a central distribution center in Bogolovi. The NEC Agro Limited is constituted of two divisions. The NEC Tractor Division deals with the sales of agriculture tractors, their implements and spare parts, and offer after-sales services of the agriculture tractors, implements and machinery, in addition to training of operators, repair and maintenance. The Tractor Hire Division provides tractor hire services to different categories of farm groups to increase mechanization at the grassroots level. NEC Agro Limited provides foodstuffs and other commodities to the UPDF. This has provided the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs with an affordable and reliable alternative. NEC Agro is currently implementing a presidential directive on food security. Works and Engineering Limited handles the construction and engineering works for the Defense Forces, government departments and the private sector. The company has greatly prospered in utilizing the extensive manpower of the soldiers, employing them for architecture, engineering, renovation, maintenance and construction works, and in the end contributes to national growth and development. The subsidiary is currently engaged in the construction of Kira EV plant in Jinja, Uganda Free Zones Authority, UFZA in Entebbe, Faculty of ICT at Mbara University, Presidential Industrial Youth Hub in Masaka, upgrading of the Entebbe Pediatric Hospital access road to paved standards, rehabilitation of the Mpoma Earth Satellite Station in Mukono, construction of the boundary wall at Makerere University main campus, construction of accommodation facilities for the Uganda Virus Research Institute, UVRI, mechanized maintenance of selected unpaved roads in Central Region, expansion and refurbishment of Chireka Ward at Butabika National Mental Referral Hospital, construction of Uganda Security Printing Company factory in Entebbe. The company is also involved in railway construction works by providing track maintenance services covering sections of Malaba Busolwe and Busolwe Naigambwa in eastern Uganda, among others. NEC Security Services Limited provides armed guards, cash in transit, VIP escort, canine, courier, urban shooting range, ambulance services, search and rescue, plus content security. With a mission to deliver a high standard of security services and solutions, providing peace of mind for our clients as well as a professional environment for our employees. NEC operates two modern farms. NEC Farm Chankwanzi, located 200 kilometers northwest of Kampala and covers 9 square miles, and the NEC Farm Katonga, which is located 90 miles southwest of Kampala, that covers 17 square miles with Boran, Brahman and Boran crossbreeds of cattle. The farms are well advanced with water supply and modern spur races. Pasture development scheme, and are now greatly implementing the bull fattening project for the country's steady and consistent beef supply. The NEC Pharmaceutical project is being revamped to become fully operational. For the efficient running of the subsidiaries, NEC has got an overall MD, a general manager for each of the subsidiaries, and a board of directors. The leadership has made sure that NEC remains true to driving its set agenda and goals, and in the end greatly contributed to the vision of being a sustainable commercial arm of the Uganda Defense Forces that generates goods and services for the progressive social and economic transformation and development amongst the Defense Forces, veterans and civil society. The National
Kyambogo University is a unique university with a niche in engineering, vocational education, teacher education and special needs education. The university sits on Banda Hill and is one of Uganda's largest public universities. Since its inception in 2003, the university has continued to produce industrious engineers, teachers and experts in special needs and vocational skills who have contributed to national development.
This university was formed by merging three institutions: KIDEC, or Institute for Teacher Education Kyambogo, Uganda Polytechnic, and Uganda National Institute for Special Needs Education. The KIDEC was producing teachers. Polytechnic was producing technicians for the industry and scientists for labs. UNICE was producing tools for use by people with special needs in education. So when it became a university, we are supposed to produce knowledge, contribute to knowledge generation through research at master's levels and doctorate levels, and also through research conducted by members of staff already in employment.
Kyambogo University has the mandate to credit, supervise, develop the curriculum and assess the teachers at 4 levels, namely early childhood, primary, secondary and tertiary teacher training. This makes Kyambogo a leading university in education in Uganda. The university has a well-established governing council, senate and other structures that ensure high quality of output and service delivery, taking into account integrity, equity and professionalism in all dealings and execution of the university's mandate. The university aims at equipping each student with relevant knowledge and hands-on skills required for enterprises and to excel in the world of work. The university provides a serene learning and working environment at campus with experienced and dedicated staff.
So all in all, I think the university has grown markedly in size, in stature, and both national and international recognition, which was not the case about 5-6 years ago. So finally, I want to invite the senior 6 leavers and the diploma holders to come to Kyambogo to enhance your opportunities, career opportunities, and study. We shall be here to provide the services to your satisfaction. So take advantage of our programs and apply to come to Kyambogo.
To produce goods and services for the benefit of the defense forces, veterans of the UPDF and the general public. The National Enterprise Corporation. World over, defense industries are very strategically at the forefront of the rest of the commercial industries. And Uganda is not any different. Following the liberation struggle in 1986, the country has been largely at peace with a very organized and disciplined force. This provided room for the establishment of the National Enterprise Corporation, NEC, in 1989 by an Act of Parliament to serve as the commercial arm of the army. The corporation has headquarters in Bugolobi in the country's central business district, which acts as a holding company for its subsidiaries and joint ventures, which are Luwero Defense Industries Limited, NEC Construction Works and Engineering Limited, NEC Agro Limited, NEC Farm Katonga Limited, NEC Wazima Limited, NEC Security Limited. The joint ventures Shoga Dynamics Limited, Proheli International Services Limited, and NEC Straight Uganda Limited. Luwero Industries currently has a workforce of about 400 employees, both active and retired UPDF soldiers and civilians. The Ordnance Factory, which lies 135 kilometers north of Kampala, mainly produces and assembles cartridges. Luwero Industries also produces hardened tools, carbide dies, and spares for domestic consumption, in addition to the AK-47 upgrade. The subsidiary also produces extensive metal fabrication for weapon mounting for the UPDF infantry fighting vehicles and UPF for AMISOM missions, plus has an able research facility that collaborates with Makerere University. The same company produces helmets and bulletproof vests with the highest modern technology. Waste that is both internally and externally generated, especially medical waste, is disposed of in a modern incinerator and engineered landfills. They manufacture modern furniture in all types of designs, both for the government and the private sector. Luwero Industries also operates an oxygen and nitrogen plant. The plant greatly supports the Air Force and the national medical facilities and generates some revenue for the company. When the country was experiencing a shortage of oxygen in the medical facilities, Luwero Industries stepped up to bridge the gap, thus saving the lives of many Ugandans. The facility was commissioned by His Excellency the President, General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola.
Luwero Industries, through her Quality Control Department, is involved in the manufacture and sale of liquid soaps, sanitizers, and masks, among others, in support of the anti-COVID-19 effort.
The facility was commissioned by His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Veba is machine-making equipment. The woodworking machines factory was commissioned by His Excellency President General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on the 27th of July 2022 in Nakasongola and is now fully operational. The factory manufactures fitness planners, surface planners, circular saw machines, band saw machines, and combined saw spindles extra. The production of these machines in the country, apart from serving the much-needed forex, contributes to the socio-economic transformation of Uganda. Luwero Industries established a 500 kilowatt solar plant as an alternative source of energy. This has greatly improved power quality and stability, which was a major issue affecting equipment, spoiling raw materials, and interfering with production. The plant was commissioned by His Excellency General Retired
Please, let's welcome Karibu International School.
Yeah, I'm Teacher Joel, a teacher of mathematics as well as robotics in primary. We are here with our PowerPoint presentation that will be read by this young girl.
Thank you. The chief guests, other guests in their respective capacities, the organizing committee at Kyambogo University, teachers and members in the robotics club, good afternoon. My name is Nambi Francisca. I am in primary 6 at Karibu International School. I'm here to present a PowerPoint about empowering children's future through robotics. Design and technology go hand in hand. That is why we at Karibu think that what we must share here today is important. Digital literacy should be a crucial part of all children's education and curriculum. It fosters innovation that helps us navigate the technology-driven world. As indicated by the graph, Africa has a long way to go in regards to internet penetration, which is essential if Africa is to be part of the global digital environment. We would like to see this change. The lack of technology is evident in our classes, as evidenced by the two images on this slide. As you can see, children in the developed world have access to digital literacy at an early age. For some reason, our primary school curriculum does not have a provision for computer literacy, and yet we are expected to compete for the same jobs of the future with our peers who have been given access. It is our hope that the policymakers look into this and take the required action. There are a number of benefits to empowering young people with digital literacy, including robotics. Through robotics education, fundamental concepts of STEAM are introduced to the children. Problem-solving skills are developed. We all know that there are many problems to solve. Robotics programs encourage creativity and innovation. I have been involved with the robotics program at Karibu for a couple of years now, and my hopes for the future are different. No man or woman is an island to themselves. My involvement in robotics has enabled me to appreciate the importance of teamwork and collaboration. During our missions, we have coders, engineers, team leaders, and so many others. We all know that the jobs of the future do not exist in the same form as they are today. Digital literacy is one way for us to remain relevant as job creators and innovators for the future. It is not disputed that there is a digital gap in the Ugandan curriculum. So, what are we going to do about this? Well, the directors of our school are working with like-minded individuals, some of whom are listed on this slide you can see. Decided to start a robotics program for us. This started as a pilot meant to be a proof of concept with the hope that as it grows, others can come on board. The robots we are using are expensive to make and the components are not cheap either. As you can see in this video, the results are priceless. Scan the QR codes and get more information. We get a chance to be part of a wider global movement, which is exciting. It is our hope that computer literacy and robotics become mainstream in all primary schools of Uganda, with direct support from the ministries concerned. Training of staff is another key objective so that they can teach others as well. Through this robotics program and others like it, children will develop a passion for STEAM. Here you can see one of my teachers sharing his knowledge with his colleagues. The information is shared with young people like Beatrice now has something to say about her experience so far. We have some stories, many of which we cannot say out in the time we have been given. Scan the QR codes and save the videos for later. Here you can see Happy and Edrin getting an Arduino robot ready for coding. As you can see, there is collaboration, teamwork, and problem-solving skills, which are all essential for the jobs of the future. In case you have not come to see our booth outside, you can pass by and we teach you some of the fun things we have learned so far. Success is going to be measured and evidenced by a number of people who leave schools like us with a good level of digital literacy. Success is when the next bar graph is made of Africa's penetration. It will be more than 1.8%. Success is seeing people like me coming with innovations that will make a difference for me and my country. Success to some extent is me standing here before you talking to you about issues that we the young people face. Success is you getting more people, is you involving this concept, and we as a school, we make it beyond our school boundaries. There have been some challenges and many will inevitably crop up in the future. Here are just a few that stand out. We have had connectivity issues, and even when that service has been acquired, it is expensive and very unstable. We would like to encourage the service providers to also consider schools as places which educate their future customers. Give school-friendly, affordable deals. Power, especially in the rural settings, can be a problem. We are not far away from the dam as a school, and yet power is still an issue. Why? At my school, they have introduced digital literacy. It would be great if it was part of our national curriculum. The resources and components used for a program like this, as I have already said, are not cheap. So far, we have been lucky to have support from friends of the school. This is not sustainable. Schools need support. Schools need support. As things stand at the moment, some of us wonder what is going to happen when we leave Karibu. Will I continue to have access to computing and robotics? The directors and school administrators at my school have tried to work around some of the highlighted challenges on the previous slide. The girls as well as the boys at my school are making connections between what they are learning during the robotics sessions with their future goals. My school would like to give access to all children at the school as well as the community. We would like to be a center of excellence where children get a holistic learning experience that includes robotics. To cater for young people that go to my school but are interested in robotics, an innovative space is the answer. My school wishes to establish a lab where robots can be made used in agriculture. Robots can guide me and my fellow pupils to be creative and innovative so that we can come up with solutions that can be used to solve issues within our communities. A program is being developed to give access to those from the community so that they can learn with us. In the future, we would like to take part in robotics competitions on the continent and beyond. Be sure to visit our booth to learn more from Tahan and I with the rest of the team. Thank you, the chief guest and the organizers of this event, Kyambogo University. We have enjoyed our stay so far and we are excited about what the future holds. So please, participants at this summit, we invite you to our booth and our school as well. You can also use the contact details shared on this slide to contact the school administration. It has been an honor speaking to you. Thank you for your time and enjoy the rest of the day.
Wow, 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 wow. Another round for this very brilliant presentation. You know, listening to this presentation, I think I want to join you in the, I'm also wondering what is going to happen when she leaves Karibu. Can we just have one or two comments that maybe somebody would love to share? Because it's been quite a moving presentation. Oh, yes, Professor.
It's actually a question more than an answer, but do you guys have Lego in Uganda?
Do we have?
Lego, the Danish building blocks.
Yeah, but not officially into the curriculum. It's on private basis, individual school basis.
But in South Africa, the Lego put a massive amount of money into schools with robotics. So if you do have some contact with Lego, it might be worth pursuing that as an option to get more robotics in, because they've got a massive robotics section as well. So and they've got a lot of money, lots of money.
I can say the school, make sure you get in touch with Professor so that you can share the connections and see how we can help you to get into the South African connection for a number of robotics where they have a plenty of resources. So that maybe the school could be able to share. I'm sure he was amazed by that. Through the convener, I'm sure you should make some arrangements through which you could be able to get into those kind of benefits. Any other comment? I think this has been quite touching. Yes? Dr. Catherine?
Thank you so much, young lady, for your presentation. And actually, I like your courage. You have encouraged me. Your presentation was very good. Now, I would like to say that she asked us questions, and it is us to generate the answers to those questions. We are to develop solutions to all the challenges she highlighted. We are not going to take that challenge elsewhere. For instance, we have students at university doing graduate research, development work, R&D. We have also undergraduate students doing a lot of work. We shouldn't be doing work that just stays on the shelves. We have highlighted Legos. I know Legos. Legos are building blocks. Today in Uganda, we have 3D printing. There is one in Uri. There are dispersed such technologies. Can we just get doing this and get our own version of Legos, for instance? Something that can make us develop a sustainable solution that will not only go to this school, Karibu, but also can go to other schools, including our Kyambogo primary school just next door here. What's the impact of the university to that school? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine. I think with those few remarks, I have to consult. So I would like to hand over to the next chairperson. I don't know who is coordinating. Session chair. I believe the session chairs, according to our program, the session chair should maybe come and sit in front here and chair the sessions as the presenter, so that I can officially hand over.
Good afternoon, everyone. May I have your attention, please? We're going to start doing our presentations. We're starting with Dr. Catherine. Dr. Catherine Wandera is a team leader of the Import Substitution Bureau of the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, Office of the President of Uganda. She holds a Doctor of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering. I can't really believe that you have a PhD already, my dear. You look very young for that. Seriously, all respect. Her area of specialization is manufacturing engineering, especially laser material, precision. She also works as a senior lecturer in the Department of Mechanical and Production Engineering of Kyambogo, right? University since 2018. She still looks too young. I'm not convinced. I'll be convinced when I hear you now. She previously worked as a senior lecturer at Pestema University from 2011 to 2017, and as a production technician at HT Laser Oil, Finland from 2009 to 2010. She has published a number of papers in the subject of manufacturing engineering in reputable, peer-reviewed in journals and international scientific conferences. Welcome, Dr. Catherine.
Thank you so much, Professor Saha. Now, thank you for that introduction. Actually, I graduated with my doctorate in November 2010 in Lappeenranta University of Technology in Finland. Today I'm speaking to you. Yes, again, my name is Catherine Wandera. This afternoon I'm speaking to you about building competitiveness of domestic industrialized products through innovation for import substitution and export promotion. These are aspects that touch onto the economy, and the economy is something that defines our well-being. So for me, I will just be tickling our minds and seeing how we play a role in moving ourselves from where we are now to where we want to go. So I am a team leader at the Import Substitution Bureau of the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, Office of the President. I am also a person of Kyambogo University. So I am at home, and I like to be at home always. So, as our introduction, we always hear about GDP, per capita income, whereby the kind of perceived well-being of people is actually a result of aggregated production of products and services and distributed across the population, so that you could find that the per capita income looks good numerically, but the production of goods and services that means a well-being for individuals may be concentrated on a few people. Yeah? So in a nation, we aggregate all that production and then divide by the whole population to get the per capita income. So you might find that the per capita income is growing, but if you're not contributing to it, you will still be suffering among well-to-do people.
So that's why it's a question for all of us. Now, when we talk of prosperity, what does it really mean? Today we have the parish development model, and it is a model that is rural-based. It's encouraging the rural people to be part of the conversation. So when we produce valuable goods and services, and these valuable goods and services should be marketed, you should transform them, you should exchange them for money. Because there are some goods and services that are consumed without reaching the market. So that is subsistence. And it means that you could have enough to eat, but you lack in some aspects. But if you can convert or exchange your goods and services for money, then you can buy anything else you want besides eating. So we need to build competitiveness into our products, and this requires engaging in human-centered design, whereby we focus on the individual that is going to consume your product, so that we meet their requirements, so that they can choose our product. We know that every customer plays 3 roles in getting a product from the shelf to their use. They are identifying the product they are buying. They are paying for the product. They are a payer. And they are a user who is enjoying the amenities of that product. Now, there are different interests of these 3 roles. That's why many times we are saying, is the product affordable? We want the person, the customer, to be able to pay for it and have access to it. But also, in buying, we must care about the aesthetics of the product, because I need to first identify. In using, I need to put into a product the functionality that the user needs. So these aspects build onto the competitiveness of a product. So the elements of production include land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship. And these are aspects that are in our STI journey to the market, what the Honorable Minister presented today. Because when we are talking about labor, we need a knowledgeable and skilled labor force. They should know how to apply the knowledge and do it skillfully, that they produce a product that actually embodies the features that we need in a product. We need capital. We need technologies to do, to transform the raw material into a final product. We need other infrastructure. We need the machinery, we need tools, we need buildings, and then entrepreneurship. We need actually to market this product. Sometimes we say we have innovations, but recently I came across a terminology that any innovation that has not reached the market is actually a pre-innovation. It's only an innovation when you have marketed it, somebody is willing to exchange their money for it. So, if we look at the figures, the graph we have here gives us an illustration of Uganda's total exports and total imports. So, in terms of value, the value in $1 million. So you see that the blue are our total exports and the orange are our total imports. Why is it that every year there is no balance? That is not in quantity but value. And then if you critically look at these items, the imbalance, let me go to one item, the related imports and exports. We look at lint cotton. The export of lint cotton and the import of cotton-related value-added products. So you can see here the imports of textiles and textile products is now orange. This is also in terms of value. And then the export of cotton in terms of value is the blue. Cotton-related value-added products, we are paying so much to get them, and our cotton is going for less. That is the imbalance we have, and yet all of us here are dressed. So it means that at any time we need the cotton-related products. And they're actually a caliber of garments that we don't have any local production happening. We need to think about these things. So you see this imbalance, it takes us, I want us to keep reflecting on the aspect of prosperity and the need to grow the GDP. If we are not playing into value addition, we are doing ourselves an injustice. So let us look at also a kind of status of production, demand, and projections for the Uganda textile sector. If we estimate our population at 40 million, we have a demand of textile of 200 million meters of textile fabric, but we produce only 30 million meters. We have a 170 million deficit. And again, the export of our cotton lint, we only process 90% of what we produce. I mean, we process 10% of the cotton we produce, and we export 90%. Even though you saw the figures in the income we get as it was. So, what does it tell us? That we have to actually engage in this science, technology, and innovation journey from the idea to the market. So when a challenge is thrown to us, like the young girl has thrown us a challenge, we need to absorb that challenge as our work to do. Not to think that there is a solution somewhere or somebody else should deal with it. Because if we don't dive into the area of value addition, we will continue being consumers of value-added products and not producers. And as long as you're a consumer, you are paying and you're not being paid. So we have this journey starting from the idea to a prototype, whereby we have the ideation, developing the concept, we do some basics, exploratory research, we come up with an item that is a prototype. Usually a prototype in its original state is not a commercialized item. But many times in our story, we stop at prototype and we relax there. We think we have an innovation when it is a prototype. But then we need to take it from prototype to a viable product. From the viable product, we need to go to competitiveness, whereby it will have market expansion, people will start to use it, and so forth. Of course, even when people start to use it, you'll face some challenges. The marketplace is very difficult, even for the best product. So you experience some market dynamics. and you may even have to do a business model innovation. How do people access your product? And then, of course, when you have gained competitiveness, you go to maturity. You can continue to have market expansion when the product is mature and profitability. So for every product we have, I just have an illustration of a value chain here for a cotton value chain. There are so many actors. There are so many actors involved, and one area that I have encountered recently is the notion that our graduates do not have skills. The young girl here is telling us about experience of robotics because she had an experience of doing something with the robotics. So building skills requires access to a technology, actually. But also, we need to understand that we may not access all technologies at the same time or even at our time of training. But what the university education should give us is to be a person who is willing to continue learning new things, because even technologies change. So you should be willing to engage in learning continuously. So we learn new skills all the time. So when you are a graduate, you must know that when you graduate, you are actually going to continue learning. You're not completely static at the level of training you've attained. So here we have the role of government through government policies and creating the necessary national infrastructure to support value addition. For instance, in this country, there was a time we manufacturers were struggling with electricity. Then the government went on to build energy generation plants. And I think we are fairly doing well with energy. But there are also other areas that are still lacking. Like somebody was telling me just this week that someone was trying to establish a production unit somewhere in Lango region and took their three-phase power equipment but couldn't run the equipment there. So there are still some places that, rural places that we're still extending power. Yeah? So it's work in progress anyway, even in that, but some achievements have been made. But also there are places that are not accessible. The road is a problem. So government plays such roles. But there are also other areas, of course, like research and development. The university can really play that part. Other ministries, departments, and agencies of government can play many other roles. For instance, we have quality standards. Quality is a significant aspect that limits our products' marketability. So we have standards, and as it is, many times standards are developed as the need arises. For instance, there are some commodity value chains that don't have many actors, or there is no actor. When an actor comes up, then we see the economic value and we develop the relevant standard. So the areas of standards are also not static. We have the human resource development. The university is playing a part in that. Actually, even if you have a product and you don't have the right human resources, you may not get value added products that are marketable. So again, if I just throw some light on value addition in the cotton value chain, you see that where there is much value is at certain aspects of the value chain where we don't have activities around. When we send our lint out, you can see in this pie chart, yarn production, transforming that lint to textile, is having that orange portion in terms of its contribution to the value of a garment. The gray area is making the fabric itself. So when we buy textile fabric and bring, we know that we have already given out money worth that combined orange and gray. So we are operating on mainly the yellow portion is where we are adding value. And even the blue portion is accessories to the garment. When we look at zips, buttons, if we don't make those still, that is imported. So if we are building competitiveness into value-added products, what are we talking about? Gavin's 8 dimensions of quality give us aspects of performance, features, reliability, conformance, durability, serviceability, aesthetics, perceived quality as aspects that make up the quality of a product. So if a product performs its task, if a product performs the function it should perform, if it's a maize mill, if it can mill the maize at the desired speed, then you have the performance aspect of quality. And the features, those other things that relate to performance. If you can have the actual means of controlling the machine and so forth, you're having attributes that help the part perform its task of milling. Reliability, if you look into the aspect of the probability of the machine malfunctioning or failing, so you are speaking into reliability. People don't want to have a product that fails more often than it works. And then you're talking of conformance. They usually set standards, like I talked about UNBS, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. They are set standards. If you're producing a steel product, it should have this level of strength. If you're producing it for a structural use. Now, if yours doesn't attain that strength, then it's of poor quality. And if a product life is not reasonable, the durability, I need to be able to use the product for an extended period of time before it fails the first time. And also be able to repair it. So the ease of maintaining and repairing, the serviceability, and the aesthetics, I said, if I'm going to buy a product, I need to first appreciate it. So aspects of how it looks, how it feels, how it tastes are important to a buyer. I have seen some places, you see, we got the Goodwill tiles. So we are now tiling all our homes because the import substitution has yielded us affordable tiles, the floor tiles. Last December, I was buying some tiles and the shop, the person selling to me said, you know, since Goodwill came, people can now buy tiles that can cover their whole house in one go even. Earlier, people would just tile only the corridor, wait for 2 years, and then tile with the dining, wait for another 2 years, because the tiles were expensive. And even when we buy from Uganda now, we know that there's a Ugandan on the job. That person could have been your dependent. But now that he's at the job, you can also pocket your salary and go sit and enjoy your money, even go on holiday, because your dependents are now working. So that's the benefit of import substitution. So perceived quality, if you have certain things, the intangible and tangible aspects that customers can attribute to your product. You know, sometimes if you know that a certain manufacturer makes good quality products, even when they introduce a new one, you're willing to buy because of that perceived quality that comes from their reputation. Some people buy things because the manufacturer is environmentally responsive. Yeah? So you feel that this manufacturer is not destroying my environment. Let me support him. So there are those aspects of perceived quality. So when I talk of human-centered design, we have certain aspects that need to be addressed in our economy. We have some gaps in certain availability of certain products. So we need to engage as customers and manufacturers so that we can trigger product development that meets those needs. So all of us should be interested in that, communicating across the divide customers and members to see that we get useful products. Now, I just looking at the aspect of technology impacting the products that we have now. We see that additive manufacturing is cutting across many sectors, and I was impressed to see that the area of garment manufacture, the fashion designers have also gotten garments that are additively manufactured. Now, this is one of the areas, the leather manufacturing in Uganda. We have leather being manufactured in Kaumu. We need the artists to do the designs of value-added leather products so that we have products made in Uganda that Ugandans can consume. And I met recently one such young person who is making leather bags and is actually exporting them. And one of the challenges that he highlighted is the lack of accessories. So he makes the bags, but he has to look for the buckles, the what from. He makes bags and belts, and he has to look for those accessories from second-hand bags. So you find that the buckle is reading Gucci, and yet it's made by a Ugandan. So if we don't engage in value addition, this is what happens. You see this graph on the left, we have engaged many sectors of government lately to understand what is the monetized value in our value chains. And you can see this one of this aspect of, where do I didn't use this. Yeah. Where am I? I'm not getting my laser. Am I not directing it to the screen? It doesn't work. Aha. So I just wanted to show us this area. This is the coffee value chain, and there are many stages and many products in the coffee value chain. But if you consider all the costs of production, you're working on the negative until you start value addition. That's when you go up and you can see how the value goes very significantly up. That graph is cumulative monetized value. So if you don't add value, you're working on a negative. We have so many products as prototypes. These are shea butter products. The manufacturers of these products are not enjoying the mass market. They're just going to exhibitions and whatnot, and they have actually good products. So we need to build capacity to take those items in the market. I just want to give us an overview of some lessons from industrialized products right now. We have made good progress with the area of mattresses. Uganda, I think, in East Africa has the best mattresses. We don't need to import mattresses, orthopedic, normal school children and all that. And we have also made products for export. Now, this manufacturer at Kapeka Industrial Park is making workwear for export to the US, to Europe, but they are importing fabric. So we have capacity to make high quality products that can be taken by the export market. We have also seen the Kayola diesel coach by Kira Motors Corporation. It's a very comfortable bus. I have used it. It's a Ugandan-made bus. And we all enjoy the Uganda batteries. And it's one area that really adds value to us. And you can see beauty and hair care products. There was a time we were consuming more of imported beauty and hair care products, but we have local manufacture of these items that really adds value to us, and nobody leaves their house without any of these, yeah? And we enjoy value-added milk products, but still there are gaps. So, we are intentional in making Uganda the best. And as I started, this is a journey for all of us. Thank you so much. Asanteni.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine. I really enjoyed that journey of the STI that you described, with what's happening with a simple item like cotton, and the way it's traveling. It's not gaining much for what it should be, but at least you clarified your point of view for all of us, so now we have more understanding of it. I'm Egyptian, so we have the same idea with our Egyptian cotton. 25% of it is being produced, manufactured inside Egypt, and the rest is being, imported someplace else, being remanufactured and then sent back to Egypt to be sold there, or maybe any other places around the world, written on it Egyptian cotton, but it's not made in Egypt. So I have the same feeling towards what you're saying. Thank you for clarifying that. It's much more clear when you look at it like that. Thank you. Please, do you have any questions for her?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Catherine, for your presentation. Very educative, and I think it's informative. When you started, you talked of 4 building blocks of any economy, and the 4th one, you put the entrepreneurship. My question would be, do you have any entrepreneurship policy in this country? That you will answer later. I've also liked the issue of human-centered design. What I've been observing, we have been talking about the market. And to me, that is another terminology for marketing in the real sense of marketing. What I tend to see with the designers, they are still focusing on the traditional marketing, where they think about the 4 Ps: the product, the price, the place, and the promotion. This is like being a producer-centered and is inward-looking, and you can't find the market out there. It is like selling. Selling is not the same as marketing. Selling is like getting rid of what you have, which may not be easy. But marketing is having something you can get rid of, which means you must have put in the human aspect. So what we should be thinking about now is what we call entrepreneurial marketing, which centers on the consumer. You begin with the consumer and end with the consumer. I saw a roundtable talk in your presentation, which I think is near to what I'm saying. Now, what I mean here is you now translate the 4 Cs from your own point of view as a designer to the consumer. The consumer should be in the mind of the designer. In terms of the contentment, will the consumer be contented with what you are designing? In other words, will it be acceptable? 2, will the consumer afford what they are designing? So the consumer does not look at the price. The consumer will look at the cost, which he or she is going to incur in the purchase of that product. Then how convenient is it to get that product? That will now be my 3rd C from the consumer point of view. Is it convenient for the consumer? Is it easily accessible for the consumer? And then the last thing is you must communicate. And when you're communicating, and we call it effective communication, the recipient must understand. So the communication here is you're creating awareness about your product. Does the consumer you're communicating to understand what you have designed? Otherwise, we are still in the traditional thinking of the marketing, and we are not thinking outside the box, as we say in entrepreneurship. Thank you. The last one was, you talked about having enjoyed this bus made by Uganda. I've never entered that bus. My question is it true that we are really manufacturing buses here? To me, I think we are just assembling. Because where do we produce the engine from? Where do we produce the frame from? Where do we produce the wheels? Where are the tires got from? Are they in Uganda here? I've never visited those factories. I know that we are just assembling. Thank you.
Start with the last. We are producing the bus from Uganda. What we must understand is that a product like a bus, you're not going to make everything. Yeah? It's a supply, you have suppliers, it's a supply chain that you will manage. Yeah? You will not make everything. Just like when we make a garment, we still say we have made a garment, but when we have not made buttons. Yeah? We have not made the zip, but we have made the dress. So even the bus, a large proportion is made here. And in the morning, one of the projects the general presented was the Kira coach, which is the same bus. Yeah? And we have had many prototypes. And we actually have the plant, the manufacturing line. I have seen all those aspects in development in Jinja. It's not yet open, but I think we saw that there was a national function held there recently. the CEO forum sat at Kira Motors Corporation in Jinja. So something is happening. Yeah, it is, and we also have a new product that has been launched, that is going to be launched. It has been released, it's going to be launched. I would want you to look out for it. It's a mobility product. You will hear about it in the coming week. So the issue about the policies, the Ministry of Industry and Trade has policies related to entrepreneurship, but also aspects that we need to support entrepreneurship. Local entrepreneurship can be developed, and we need to inform such policies. I think there were a number of things you raised which was more or less comments. So thank you for those additions.
Next question, please.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine, for your presentation. I have both an observation and a question. Your presentation was like 3/4 about value addition, and in there you mentioned government's intervention through the PDM, Parish Development Model. My question and concern is that while you are equipping these beneficiaries with money to go and work on whatever they are working on, you are not giving them the information you've just given us. So there isn't much. I think there is a missing link there which you have to work on. Now that you are inside government, you need to streamline the process. Otherwise, these people are just going to marry wives and buy border and nothing will happen. And the competitiveness and market research and maturity that you've been talking about will not happen unless and until we have these people equipped with the knowledge and skills first before they are given the PDM. So that is my concern. Let us add value, but with informed decisions to make along the way. I thank you.
Thank you for that observation. And it is true that we need to do a lot with the PDM. That's why in my opening remarks, I said that we are all in this conversation. I can tell you that people who know me, before I even joined government, this was my conversation. I have been knocking people because I disagree with them. Some are in this room. When I had nothing to do with working in government. So I think, as I told you in my opening remarks, I lived in Finland, and I saw how Finns love their country. I saw how Finns love their country. Somebody I interacted with one time told me she was not going to buy from one shop, which was a foreign shop. I will not mention here because some of our content goes online. But she said they were once cited in a tax scandal. It was a foreign shop in Finland, and a Finnish person was saying she was not going to buy from that shop. She was like, and the shop has good things. But she said the reason is they were cited in the tax issues. So when you get to be responsible for your country, to be concerned about something that is not you who collects the taxes, but you're concerned, I think there is so much love.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine.
Hello. Dr. Wandel, I want to thank you for your informative presentation. And I think it is spot on. But I would request that you add on, maybe elaborate on some few methods of how the designers can come up to meet this competitiveness and to add values on their products. I submit.
Now, I think I put here something like, they're not showing my slides, or is it me who is not doing something here? I showed you a slide where I visited in July this year, visited Kaumu Leather Tannery in Nakaseke. They have leather and it is waiting for value addition. That's just one product. It requires from designers, everything we have starts with the designer. What the designer specifies is what the manufacturer now puts in place. Yeah? So if we have a raw material that is waiting for value addition, and we don't, where do I have? We're just looking at this. There is leather in all colors, even in the original cow design. But we have such things in raw form. If we don't go into that equation of value addition, this thing will be exported the way it is, and we shall buy the bags expensively. Yeah?
May I have a comment that maybe would be helpful in enjoying these two corners ideas? You as a researcher, and you're really good at your side, what you're doing, if you can produce a list of what's needed from the community to be designed, and that would be announced through the university here, and it could be added as a competition or opened up as a competition for students, for professors, for lecturers, for participants from the community. And it doesn't have to be with a prize. The prize is that your design product is going to be really produced, is going to be really shown, say, for the Fashion Week 2 years from now. Something like that. If you can suggest just a list of what's really needed to be designed, that would be very helpful. That would be very inspiring with the way that you understand bits and pieces of details that nobody else can see.
Sure.
That would be a big deal. You're serving community and you're helping the whole country to move on to something better.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. One more question. Do we have time? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Catherine. My name is Serenjo G. Patrick. I think what you're talking about is the core of this conference. Seriously, in terms of value addition, and I think it would be better to have this discussion further. And this is where PADI comes in, the Pan Afrikan Design Initiative, under where we are lobbying to have what we call design policies in African countries, because most people don't understand what design is, as a matter of fact. And it requires some kind of education or understanding. Some people are illiterate about what design offers, because design is at the core. No innovation can happen. No anything can happen without design. And design deals with two things, the body and the soul. When you move into the soul, that means that you go into the aesthetical issues of a product. And today, people are not buying, for example, vehicles for their engine power. No, because you find V8 are all over in different brands, but they buy things for aesthetics. Why? So that's why I'm saying that I think it would be better, maybe if you have time by tomorrow, this discussion can be further broadened by some of the gurus in design here we have, okay, who are really professors. They are in the design arena, they've lived design, such that we unpack this part, because the government and many agencies don't understand these issues. And that's why this is some of them say.
So if you are given, as a designer, a list of required pieces to be designed, whatever they are titled is, and this is announced through a university, so someplace very respectable like in here, you'll participate in something like that and volunteer with the design just to be there. just to help everyone.
Sorry?
Would you do that?
Sure, why not?
Okay,
why not?
great.
Why not?
So we agree, all of us.
Exactly.
And the researcher agreed about this point too. She's going to announce a list to the dean of the university or to the university to be announced as a competition. Every one of us can participate as a designer, enjoy doing something new, and just lend a hand with one of these designs. I think it would work. As head of the design community.
Yes, I think we will. Yes.
I think it's quite a fantastic idea, and I also think, yeah, and I think that will also help Paddy, and it can be opened up to the whole continent if we want, and I think that would be amazing. Exactly. And I think I'd just like to add one little comment, is that good design is design that actually improves the quality of life for all, and we must always remember that. And that really is the bottom line of what design is about. And that's what it has to do, and that's when we talk about the cotton, how do we actually make that into something? And that comes back to service design, which includes empathy and understanding the client and what they want, etc. So, yeah.
Thank you, and I like that this has created a conversation. My intention is to create a conversation. It will not end today, but let us continue this conversation. And for your information, every year we call for proposals for such innovative ideas. And I think you saw the last call came in May, and I popularized it in Chiwasa. So from here, you should know that you're part of that call. Respond to it. I have had conversations with some of you in the corridors here, and please participate in it. We can always learn more and more on how we can improve, and it's through these conversations that we even know the focus areas. Okay, we have learned so many things in the last 1 year, and they are going to inform our next call for proposals. So please speak into these areas, and let us continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine.
This is a one final comment, not a question, please.
It's a question.
I'm just commenting only for the time. They just only told me that there is no
It's
time.
a question. If
So
there is no time for
okay.
it, then I can
No,
leave
just
it.
go ahead. I'm just letting you know.
I go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you. Doctor, thank you very much. You have removed what I want to ask about. That is, you are saying that is a turning industry from skins or hides to leather. And I think by the time they were planning that, they had a blueprint. They said we are going to make an industry which is going to make leather. Now that they had a print, did they have in mind the products after making leather? What are we going to have? Did they have that in mind? And if they had in mind, have they tried to look for designers to design shoes, to design bags, so that the leather is turned into those products? Have they failed to get those designers? That's my question. Thank you, Doctor.
Now, let me tell you a story in this picture. The story in this picture is that the gentleman in a dark blue jacket he said he's going to join university, but he finished senior 6. He says his history is that he was a hawker of leather bags and belts and whatnot. From hawking them, and he said he moved around Kampala everywhere. He tells you his story, and he's a very lovely young man. And he says he was hawking bags and leather products, wallets and what. Then he picked interest. He started making them himself. And I can tell you, when we went with him on that trip, we took him with us to Kaumo, and he was known from the gate to every section of the tannery. He's informing them his need. You see, he's interested, such a person, the growth of that industry, he's interested in it. and he has seen the value. He is marketing those bags abroad. He's exporting them. And he's learning more and more. I think what I'm saying here is that let us not do the old same thing that we are saying, what is government doing for us? Let us trigger government to do something for us by creating, because I can tell you that tannery has got more information from such market. That's what, even them, they are producing a product. They need to know what the market needs. Okay? So we are all in this. I'm sorry, I think I don't have a one size answer. We are all learning, and we should be intentional. So yes, let's have that conversation. Let the designers do their part. Let the designers trigger an action that will support them to do what they should do very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. That was very inspirational. The way that everyone interacted with the idea. Thank you so much. I know it's very tiring the way that we're, talking with you about specific points that you would know more about it. But we're trying to figure out a way that all of us, we can help each other and try to come out with a real nice, intelligent idea of working design inside of the community, even with the science community, how to really be helpful in that. Thank you everyone for your attendance. We're supposed to be ending this session and having what? We're done? Okay. Thank you everyone. Very thanks.
Some housekeeping. Our lunch is ready, but let's be gentrified. So I'll request our keynote speakers and our elders to lead us so that the rest of us then can follow. Thank you. You'll be asked to produce some small item to present, so don't go there if you don't have that item. Thank you. It's a small paper. Our speakers, please. I understand we missed some kind of word of God. Can we Good afternoon. Welcome back from the health break. I'm standing in for Professor Sahel, who was continuing with the other first session. And we are going to receive a presentation from Professor Felix Kiori.
Recording in.
Professor Kiori holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Sociology and Anthropology from the Moi University, Kenya, a master's degree in Anthropology from the University of Nairobi, and a PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Professor Kiori has taught in several universities in Kenya and beyond, including Maseno University, United States International University, MMUST, the Catholic University of East Africa, Machakos University, Kenya, among others. Professor Kiori also currently is employed as an associate professor of sociology at the Southeastern Kenya University. This is in Kitui. He has been a director of board of postgraduate studies at that university and dean. Professor Kiori also has over 40 publications. These include journal articles, book chapters, and books. He has also been a visiting professor for 1 month to 9 universities appointed of applied sciences in Finland, Europe. He was also a visiting professor here at Kyambogo University in 2018, but also in Tanzania at Moshi Cooperative University. He has also served in several research, won several research grants and has been a lead or PI in the numerous institutions. He has also successfully supervised more than 30 students, postgraduate students, both masters and PhD. He's an internal and external examiner in various universities. Professor Kiori has also been an adjunct lecturer in the numerous universities in Kenya, as well as a reviewer and a developer of academic programs. He's now currently a reviewer of university programs in social sciences with the Commission of Education Kenya. Please welcome Professor.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Why are some people seated so far? Why don't we come closer here? We want to feel your chemistry. You are social. I am a social scientist. I study cultures. And my presentation today, it is more theoretical. I will not show you photos or images of cars, of factories. I'll just dwell on the matters which are a bit theoretical, but we could get illustrations which are practical. In the morning, we have had very stimulating discussions, which culminated with the discussion by Catherine about value addition. And you see also in value addition, there is a lot of cultural integration in value addition. So that study about culture, about value addition, the study in the morning about military enterprise. There was also another presentation by the children on robotics, all that. And all those presentations are touching on culture. They are touching on culture. And one thing I want to say before I begin my presentation is that we human beings, we are born without a culture. We are born without knowledge, any knowledge about our cuisine, even what we have eaten. No knowledge about how to walk, how to sit, and many other things which appertain to what has made you a human being. It is through a culture. It is through culture which makes you a person. The same thing applies to institutions. An institution like this one, and many others which we are starting, they must have a cultural foundation. And that is what I'll be presenting today in my discourse on how to use culture to deal with risks at institutions and improve on managerial processes. I begin by saying that culture is a people's way of life. It includes almost everything if you look at my descriptions. It includes all rules and regulations which govern our interaction. It includes all those rituals associated with us in our endeavors, in our adaptation. It includes customs, symbols, technology, whatever form of technology, including the designs which we have been talking about today. Because even if we are talking about basketry, we are talking about weaving, we are talking about any other aspect, all that, it is part and parcel of culture. It also includes habits and capability. Capabilities are skills and competencies which we develop as human beings that are acquired, developed by human beings as members of the society. A key word there is acquired. What do I mean here? What I imply here is that culture is a process, is a phenomenon which we learn, which we experience, and internalize and become part and parcel of our life. We acquire it. We are born without a culture, and that is what I wanted to say. Culture is both material and non-material. And when it is material, it is more or less like what we have been saying here, talking about design, industrial design, fine art, all this technology which we have, these seats we are sitting on, and everything. That is part of material culture. The clothes, something that which is tangible, and we have produced through our own intellect and intelligence. That is part and parcel of material culture. When culture is non-material, it is in abstract form. We have them as ideas. That perspective we have about God, that is non-material culture. That idea we have about some custom somewhere, it is non-material, although some customs and rituals are material. But anything which is in knowledge form, that knowledge you have, and it helps you as a person to know how to move, how to interact, how to adopt, that is part and parcel of non-material culture. And indeed, so I'm saying non-material culture is human-made, where we can see human brain. And when it is non-material, it is in abstract form. Further, it's important to note that culture is universal. In a nutshell, there is no human being, wherever they are, without a culture. Even those humans who grow in the forest. I think you may have heard of children growing in the forest with the wild animals. They are called feral children. You know, you may have heard of stories whereby, a baby, an infant was snatched from the mother by a baboon. It has happened somewhere in Amazon forest. It has also happened just here in Congo. When the mother is walking and is fetching water, the baby is picked by the monkey. And the monkey disappears with the baby. And some of them are discovered. Those of us who have done anthropological studies, they are discovered very late, when they have mastered monkey culture. And they can jump. They have hairs all over. They are defecating on themselves. But they develop the culture of the monkey because they have been brought up by the monkey. And those of us who grow up in human environment, we adapt that human environment culture, part and parcel of human identity. Culture is acquired. And I repeat this, all of us, even institutions, we have a particular culture which we gather from our infancies. An institution like this one cannot grow to the level it is if it didn't develop some cultural processes to help in its performance. We human beings, from a philosophical point of view, we are born blank. We are born totally blank. And those in the social sciences, you may have heard of the word tabula rasa. Tabula rasa. Tabula rasa is a philosophy developed by a British philosopher known as John Locke. And John Locke said, human beings are born blank slate. They are born tabula rasa, blank, like this one. But that blank slate is filled by the environment from childhood. The interactions we have with our babies, with our infants, that blank slate is being filled day by day. And it is what eventually translates to your actual behavior. Such that scholars like me who study cultures, when I meet you, within 30 minutes I'll get to know your kind of background based on how you behave, based on how you are walking, based on how you are hitting. Even if you are hitting, you can tell a lot about the background of that person. I was in a workshop last week somewhere in Mombasa. And I was with this gentleman, whom we went for lunch like the one we are gone out for. You can see he's filling his plate full like this. And I would watch whether he's finishing. Sometimes I would see he's struggling to eat, and he looks at me as if he wants to throw the food to me. But I wouldn't tell him no. That tells me a lot about that person. Are we together here? And I thought it was one-off thing. And I noted every morning the gentleman would do the same. Morning, afternoon, lunch, evening, and leaves a lot on the plate. That tells you a lot about that person and their background and the culture they have acquired. Culture, which is very patterned, and as a scientific flaw, it is very common to us human beings because you can account and describe it. It is also very common for institutions, what we refer to as institutional culture. An institution has its own culture, just the way the human beings have. Kyambogo here. I remember in the morning when we were being introduced, somebody said, feel like Kyambogo, isn't it? Didn't somebody say that? He said, feel like Kyambogo. And that told me how. This gentleman, as I want us to identify with the Kyambogo what? With Kyambogo culture. Kyambogo culture. I was listening to that prayer. I don't know where that sister is. Today she gave a very good prayer. And she kept on, I thought she would be very abstract in the prayer, but she kept on touching on design. Did you listen to that prayer? Yes, she put it to the context of the identity of design. Identifying culture which are and when I talk about institutions includes us as human beings. It includes our interactions and all that. Culture is dynamic, very, very correct. Culture is quite dynamic. The culture which has been there 20 years ago, and now the future looks very, you can speculate. As we become digital, as we start automating every process, I wonder where these buildings will go. These buildings, 20 years to come, there will be nobody in these buildings. 30 years, because we shall be using online learning, isn't it? We shall be learning online, and we reach you in the comfort of your house, such that all this will be turned into monuments, whereby in 30 years, 40 years to come, people will be coming to see how human beings used to sit close to each other. How human beings used to sit close to each other. I was in a university in Finland, just like my friend here, in the northern part of Finland called Tornio University, Laplands. And that university had almost 100,000 students. But you don't see any student around. And me, I'd come from Africa where we are used to seeing people around each other around here. So I was asking, where are the students? I was told the students are spread all over Europe. The students, you sit down here, your computer is there, your laptop, start reaching them wherever they are. And imagine how it was to me, after having come from a culture whereby I'm used to teaching face to face. I'm in another culture whereby I'm being taught, develop modules, get it to the Moodoo. You know Moodoo? I didn't know what it was. And I'm being told. Culture is all encompassing. It's a system. It's an ecosystem. It has everything. Everything we do is part and parcel of culture. 5 minutes. Culture is both latent and manifest. Those of us in the social sciences know about the philosophy of latent and manifest. Latent means hidden, parts of culture which we don't see, and when it is manifest, it is seen. Yes? Somebody's talking? Culture is a foundation upon which organizations and institutions are built on. I don't have to dwell on this. Every institution to grow and to perpetuate itself, it requires a culture. And the culture of institutions, it is within the systems we develop. The constitution, the policies, and all that. Culture helps to establish a normative order, some standard behavior, some way of interaction which is normative in nature. Culture establishes a ritual associated with a behavior, doing things which is a character of each group. Culture creates specific rites of passage, and indeed this is correct in the sense that when you have a cultural process very well ingrained into embedded into the system, you find that the transition process becomes very easy and succession is well enabled. Culture creates an identity and recognition. And I go back to that identity which we were being given of Kyambogo, whereby somebody was telling us, sit down and feel like Kyambogo. Then what are risks? Risks are those vulnerabilities, they are those harms and threats we have for institutions. They are deliberate, and when they are deliberate, it means they are human-made. And when a culture is human, when a risk is human-made, it means the human intellect is part and parcel in the creation of that risk. They can be natural, and these are the ones which are caused by forces beyond human control. The other way in which we understand risks is that they are both internal and external. And when they are internal, which we refer to as endogenous risks, they are also created by us human beings majorly, because they are as a result of failure to operationalize the systems which we have developed. We could have a policy, but you find that we don't utilize it. For instance, a very key example would be a policy on procurement and the disposal of goods and services. Instead of using that policy, we circumvent it and start buying things ourselves. In itself, that is internal. When they are external, they are caused by factors outside the organization. There are common risks in institutions like this one, and one of it is poor strategy or ambiguous policies and systems on the ground. Another risk is when information starts leaking. Every institution has its own private matters, and when risks start, when aspects start leaking, and people are fallaciously giving fallacious information, when there is conflict amongst members, there is fraud, delay in meeting targets, all this pose a lot of risks to us as an institution. And in the 21st century, how do we mitigate risks within our institutions? One, I'm saying that we should have a very strong entrenched culture. And you can only entrench this culture by developing good policies, procedures, rules and regulations, and many other statutes which govern our interaction. And after you have set those rules and regulations, then you must adhere to them. If it is internal control systems of an institution like this one, then you must adhere to them to the letter. You should develop, review, and implement all policies now and then, simply because matters are changing, things are changing, and you should change with the time. Then segregation of duties and responsibilities, so that as a leader, you don't do everything. There should be proper division of labor, people to do and specialize in what they can do better. Then there should be regular sensitization, awareness, and trainings on all operational guiding documents. That is, members of staff, management must be going for regular trainings, updating and upgrading their knowledge on various matters. Then we need to have socialized systems of audit, and we need well-established systems of ethical considerations and etiquette of staff, including staff welfare. I can say I'm being told my time is up and I'm finished. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Join me to thank.
This information is there. We will share it is there with the ICT department, and it can be sent to these participants.
Thank you, Professor. Culture, risk. I didn't know that it was risky to be associated with institutions. Now we can allow a few comments, questions.
If there isn't, I sit down, isn't it? It is part of culture. You know, keeping quiet means you have understood everything.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And indeed, culture is a part of us, and culture even guides how we behave, what we consume, how we view things. Now, I would like to understand from the sociology kind of mindset, can we transform the culture? Like you said, this baby that was got in the forest and behaving like a monkey, is it possible to transform that he forgets the old culture and adopts the new one? And I believe that in the conversation, even tying into value addition, culture is important because it means that we have to change some ways of doing things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. I think the issue of culture is very important. It starts with the individual, institutions, and so on. Like you said, it's so. We are in Kyambogo University, it's a university, but we have our own culture. And we know that one of them, which may not be applicable to other universities, is that we don't have uniform. Students don't wear a uniform to come to the lecture room. There's a culture already, given the fact that they were in secondary schools putting on. Then also we know that when we are changing lessons or lectures, there are no sounding of bells. You have to learn. That is time now to go for the next lesson and so on. So that those are a manifestation of cultures in an institution. Yes, I want to accept that culture is dynamic. Some 2 months I was in Germany and Belgium. I'm a Christian. But when you are there, you look at churches. Sundays, nobody goes there, except the old people. Then I was asking some of them why on Sundays they don't go for churches. They say now here is no more the practice. Some days of the week, these churches are turned into shops, business centers. So I don't know where you have a reason to give us why perhaps they have now moved away from churches. I passed by a big, very big church in the center of a certain town. Then they showed us that, you see, those were where the sisters used to stay. Now it is a bushy area. They are selling for some other person to buy. So I don't know when this will come to Uganda and Africa, or other part of Africa, but the question is why? Why do we think that is? And that goes also close to Dr. Wandera's question. Mine would be, is culture reversible? And at one time it will be like this, then another time you go back to what you were before. That's another question. Thank you.
We will have one more, and then we will have the professor to answer.
Okay, thank you so much. It's very fascinating. Culture is such a complex thing, and I'm glad I'm speaking after you, and I think I'll make reference to your lecture. Do you think culture can be contaminated?
Can I start with the
thank
last
you.
one?
Yeah.
Can culture be contaminated? Indeed, yes. There is what we call cultural assimilation and acculturation. And cultural assimilation is a situation whereby an entire culture is consumed by another culture, and they totally disappear. I don't know whether you have that experience here in Uganda, whereby an overwhelming culture, because of their intensity and practice on the ground, they consume another culture. We have seen a community in Kenya called the Professor, which is that community which borders the Luo, and the Kisis, the Animegori, the Kuria people. Those people have lost their identity totally. And they have been assimilated to the Luo culture and the Basuba. And indeed, as I'm talking to you now, what is happening in some parts of Africa is that some people are emerging, saying they want cultural identity, and because politicians want to survive, they are giving them an identity, and they're giving them even identification cards. I don't know whether you have that here, but I've seen it in Tanzania, I've seen it in Kenya. So when, like for a country, when we just recently we have been talking about 42 ethnic groups. And some people may not know, now we are talking about 46. Because every minute, as a politician comes to power, they start bringing people forward to their shoulders for political survival. And so some get contaminated. And then there is acculturation. Acculturation is whereby you can practice 2 or 3 cultures at the same time. You get accultured. Your culture does not disappear. You still retain your identity, but you still practice. It's like a marginal person. You become a marginal person in the practice of culture. And so that still goes very clearly to the aspect of contamination. Professor, about disappearance of culture, that is very correct. Cultures like you have seen in Europe, America, whereby Christianity is dying, isn't it? It is. It is. I lived in Europe for many months. And being religious as I am, I would wake up on Sunday, I want to go to church. I find the temples are empty. I go inside, I find only one person singing from behind. I can't sing, but I try to sing. So it is happening. But it is because people are changing from being organic. I think you know the concept of organic and mechanical, whereby when we are very organic, we are very primary and tied to one another. But when we are mechanical, we start operating like machines. We operate like machines and get detached from one another. And we have to be ignited. And that is what, and people are also becoming secular and scientific in the interpretation of matters. So instead of seeing things from a theological perspective, the way it is, we start seeing it in a professor yesterday talks about positivism, whereby we are not saying this is an act of God. This is not an act of nature. This is science. And because science is dominating, we rationalize and move away from seeing things from a theological perspective. Indeed, if you go to our cultures now, where there is a lot of poverty, that is where the concentration of church institutions are. Yes. Go to the rich places here in Uganda. You will find one church here, another one 3 kilometers away. But go to Banda here and many other places. They are house to house, isn't it? And here they are singing their house, and every and in the slum areas. Why? If you follow the ideas of Karl Marx said, religion is what? Is the opiate of the masses. Religion is the opium of the masses. And indeed, when people are dehumanized, when the people are alienated, when people are suffering, and if they're not scientific, then they become religious, isn't it? If we're not scientific, we become religious. The other day when I was coming to Uganda, I was seated with an Asian, I'm sorry to mention that, and there was a lot of turbulence. Me, as I enjoyed my drink, this guy was praying all through. Then I asked him why. He told me, don't you feel this plane is going down? I told him it is not going down. Then Catherine, yes, you can reform a person. There is what we call re-socialization. Re-socialization, whereby you can pick a person from this environment, you introduce them to another environment, and continuously give them some kind of induction, which may they make. Why do we have rehabilitation centers? We have rehabilitation centers because we want to rehabilitate this person to detach them from a particular way of life. So it can happen. Indeed, we say socialization takes place from childhood to adulthood. You are still being socialized. You can be influenced, even at my age, I can get influenced. We get influenced very much. Very much. You can change within 2 days. We changed by a person who is your head and you are to your age. So there is resocialization, and a person can change over time with value addition. Value addition is a process, isn't it? It's a process. And every day, like hot dogs, we learn new tricks, isn't it? We learn new tricks. So as a producer, as a scholar, you must learn new tricks also to add value to yourself. To add value to yourself. And that is what it means. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. And we are running very fast. Thank you. I hope I'm not being very dictatorial in my culture. Allow me now to bring in the new chair, Dr. Maureen Senoga, a prolific person that I've known. Thank you, Maureen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our next speaker is Stefan Fischer. I don't have your title, Stefan. I don't have your title. But I'm going to give you a few minutes to talk about yourself, and then you proceed with the presentation. The next presentations are a bit abstract, so you have to open your ears and your brains in order to consume what is going to be presented.
Good afternoon, everyone. Giabaleko, Jambo, hello, and Sawubona. Sawubona is the Zulu word for hello. This powerful word has been a beautiful intention behind it. It means I see you, and by seeing you, I bring you into being. And it is with this that I welcome you on board. My name is Steph Fischer, and I am the third-year critical design, critical studies program lecturer in the Interior Design Department in South Africa, Johannesburg. Before I commence, I would like to thank Kyambogo University for this amazing opportunity and event of the Uganda Design Summit, and also to the organizing committee, also specifically to Charity and Roderick for all their efforts in the background and getting me here, and I'm also sure all of you here, gathering all of us together from the diaspora. The term and etymology of the word diaspora means to scatter or to spread about, and has been used to refer to scattered peoples and populations of fauna, flora, and elements fixed to a geographic locale, a place often fixed in time. Humans have been migrating across the globe, seeking networks and connections. It is at our innermost core to understand these connections and to find meaning and a purpose to live and develop ourselves within our communities. Through the pastoral movements of animals to the habitual north-south migrations of birds, humans have sought community through the trade of spices, food, textiles, and language. This scattering of things, or rather culture, identity, and language, is at the root of who we are. We exist because of others. Ubuntu, or Ubuntu here in Uganda, is a traditional African concept that emphasizes the importance of community, compassion, and interconnectedness. It is often translated as humanity towards others, or as we perhaps all know, I am because we are. Ubuntu forms the armature and structure of who we are in space and time. Ubuntu in isiZulu is expressed as umuntu, ngubuntu, ngabantu. And this is translated to a person is a person through other people. These terms can be read as being interwoven together. As we move through space, the scatterings of our ontologies and what makes us individually unique, our culture, language, and identity, are woven together with the ideology of Ubuntu. As we cross paths with others, we learn from those we interact with and teach our own ways of seeing and doing. At these crossroads or intersections, the third-year Interior Design a History and Theory course uses the metaphor of the diaspora as a framework for investigating and attempting to also decolonize the curriculum. The COVID-19 pandemic, as we all know, has changed the way we navigate and perceive the world and our environments. Our access to space, freedom of movement, and the implementation of travel restrictions were some of the harsh realities which many experienced. In South Africa, the president instituted hard lockdowns together with the global north. The removal of freedom of movement placed many lives at risk in the global south, for these spaces do not operate in the same ways as elsewhere in the globe. The airport metaphor was introduced to promote the idea of travel through online and physical spaces, and as an alternative teaching methodology for research, theory, and theory. Whilst our connection to physical space was altered, the critical studies course needed to also reinvent the way which theory was traditionally taught into something that was maybe a little bit more intriguing and exciting by screen-fatigued students. The metaphor helped to reframe this concept of movement in one city and attempted to enable students to travel with their minds across the African diaspora and beyond. And this was done using a mixture of multimedia, music videos, short films, TikToks, discussions, invited guests, presentations, group work, and workshops, thus also solidifying the framework of a diaspora, a collection of things. Here, we collected and researched information together, providing students with a sense of agency. Learning is then broken down from a top-down approach and fosters students to be a part of the process. And it is at this aim to involve students in the production of knowledge and research, and to discourage passive accumulation of knowledge from teachers. In keeping with the airport metaphor, the introduction of the terminologies with it was also equally important. Words like departure, baggage carousel were a few of the words that we used. The passport became a site extension of the classroom, rescripting past colonial narratives of borders and boundaries, of that of Ubuntu, connection, interpretation, belonging, and space or place, therefore becoming a cultural device to engender a designerly way of being. The passports that some of you are looking at now can be shared, and you can flick through them to have a look at some of the interesting things that our students have been doing. Here the passport becomes, this can be translated as weaving an African design mat to further creative understandings and become an extension of learning, autonomy, and confidence. The Ubuntu concept here is read as a critical and essential departure point for problem-solving issues and serves as a foundation for knowledge production. At the start of the year, students were asked to make and personalize an A5 size sketchbook named The Passport. Students had to design their sketchbooks similar to that of an actual passport, with an identification page, visa pages, and more. Like any passport, this book must travel with the students at all times in order to capture their thoughts, ideas, ideations, sketches, notes, findings, and observations that they have accumulated through all the various site visits. To further promote the notion of travel and to get students out and away from the computer screens, site visits were planned whilst navigating the realms of social distancing and repairing social anxieties emerging from the numerous lockdowns during the pandemic. Being able to see, touch, smell, and feel a space is very important for a spatial design student. These site visits provided the students inquiry and space to critically think and weave together teachings from within the class whilst forming also their own personal understandings. A series of passport prompts or briefs were issued weekly to aid students in developing their critical thinking skills, whilst facilitating them to be more aware of their surroundings. These prompts further taught scattered pieces of information, concepts that they had to research, words, theories, and so forth. In conjunction with the physical passport, a digital passport in the form of an Instagram account had to be created. The work that was done had to be recorded and posted in Instagram as a digital record. This was to emphasize further the scattering of the work being produced and showcased to a wider and more global African diaspora, almost a diasporic form of architectures. To foster and provide students with autonomy, these metaphorical narratives are scalar in their approach in such that they are coupled with the conceptual thinking of Guy Debord's Walking the City, also known as the derive. The translation of the word derive means to drift through space, breaking the monotonous cycle by breaking the monotonous cycle of the everyday by introducing new ways of seeing. Therefore, each derive is completely unique and different. Each person will experience the drift or the derive differently to the other, and this is critical for the teaching and learning that is developing from the class. Whilst the derive is an active approach to learning and engagement, the process lends itself to that of psychogeography, which describes the effect of a geographical location on the emotions and behaviors of individuals, linking the way that we see and perceive space and rooting it directly to a place. The DERE facilitates this learning journey for the students in a creative and fun approach, traveling through their own city and spaces, which aids students to be more aware of their surroundings, removing them from the mundanity of the everyday, but instead also engaging with their spatial environments and developing their critical thinking and design thinking skills. As mentioned, cultural site visits included exhibitions and prominent pieces of architectures around the city, which further attempted their reintegration with their senses, which most of us had lost during the dire situations of screen fatigue and COVID-19. These site visits relating to each term were linked to space and were organized to facilitate their own personal inquiry and provide a space external to that of the classroom. The site visits took students to places that they would have not typically have gone to within the city. The site visits were integrated into the curriculum, where each term there was a different site visit paired to different terms themes. And the terms themes were the mind and body in space, the other in space, place and memory in space, and the research proposal. These site visits bring the class together in a physical situation where information, theory, and design were taught, a place making of the classroom existing outside the institution. This proved to be a great learning tool as it introduced students directly to spaces that they could now see, touch, smell, and taste. The addition of the passport stamps were issued on arrival as an attempt to lure students out from behind their screen and to site. The collection of stamps proved to be a good tactic in this regard. The learning continued as each student could, in dialogue, explain and describe what they were seeing, interpreting, and experiencing, and why. Ultimately, the student became the teacher, and the site visit became the classroom, an extension of learning, autonomy, and confidence. The students' outcome are allegorically woven together using storytelling and narratives specific to each of their lived experiences, weaving themselves in an intersectional and critical approach, engaging research, design, making, and doing, whilst also fostering links with others and other courses. The passport is meant to facilitate problem solving through the act of making, doing, sketching, and thinking. It is a collaborative space, free of judgment. This process is a move towards a democratizing learning and weaving an African design mat. After each site visit, students have to present and recall their findings in their passport, which gave them a unique way of interpreting and writing about what they have researched and experienced, therefore embodying the passport and becoming a cultural device to engender a designingly way of doing. The makings of the passport in this context become a cultural artifact of sorts, forming a broader archive of remembrance through space and time, read here as placemaking. As previously mentioned, the classroom becomes a site extension for learning, a place mat, which serves as a collection of scattered identities, genders, and cultures, to new ways of seeing and interpretation of the spatial and urban or rural environments in which we coexist together. In understanding the fabric of the placemat, it is important to understand the fundamentals of what constitutes this gathering point. The fabric is made up of the warp and the weft, horizontal and vertical threads which combine together create the whole interwoven cultural place. The warp in this regard are the horizontal threads. These threads are typically in tension and fixed or secured to a frame. It is stationary, which hold the linear armatures of time, structure, and order. The weft is the thread which is woven in between the warp. This movement is representative of travel, concepts which can change, such as identities, cultures, genders, and peoples. The two are interwoven together to form the fabric. It is at these intersections which the co-construction of knowledge occurs and where community building and placemaking establishes itself. Their insights and teachings further weave the community into the fabric and can be translated as humanity towards others, or I am because we are. Thank you. We are Baleño.
Thank you so much, Stephen Fisher. I was listening to your presentation and it sounded like poetry on one side and kind of literature concepts on the other side. And I kept thinking that whatever you are saying touched each and every one of us here in its own way or their own way. Because you've brought back to us the Bantu language, which translates into the Ubuntu and what you are explaining. And most of us here are Bantu, I suppose. Therefore, this resonated with all of us. Secondly, you're looking at the human characteristics through what you are explaining. And I was waiting for you to quote John Badger, his ways of seeing. I've read that on my PhD, and I was remembering and wondering whether you were in Canada at one time at a certain university interacting with these students, because that's what you sounded like. But I'm glad that I think you tickled each and every heart here because of the interesting presentation that you gave us. The idea of sense of place, which most of us should look into, is one aspect that needs to be researched about, and I think our masters and PhD students here would take up that idea of space, the idea of place, how we interpret the visits that we make, and looking at the passport in your own way. I thought it was a kind of metaphor that unfolds with a number of perspectives around it. So I thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
And if anybody has a question, we could take one or two in the interest of time before Stephen leaves the stage. Any questions, comments, additions, subtractions? Yes, Professor Mugendi.
Thank you, Steph, for a very stimulating presentation. It's really music to my ears when we make reference to African traditional philosophies like Ubuntu, because this is something you see right across the continent. So mine is more of a comment, really, because we often see Ubuntu as just being a social phenomena, but Ubuntu touches on many things. It touches on people, it touches on place, it touches on phenomena, and it touches on products. So it was nice to see how you actually brought that into the conversation, and for that I applaud you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other comment or question? Backbenchers, anything?
Thank you, Stefan. These notebooks, they have so much in them. They are called passports.
Passports, yeah.
Yeah, it's a thinking process to me, and it is going back and forth, which journeys do. We go back and forth, and we travel, and discover new places. How much of this fed into your lecture when you're preparing it?
Today's lecture, or just my lectures in general?
In general, maybe.
I think a lot of it. I think that has been my main directive, is to try change the critical or like history and theory course from it being sometimes it's often a place of like mundanity. It's very dense theories that we have to like teach to our students, and so it's also kind of, you know, removing the academic-y language that sometimes exists around inside our classroom spaces. And because it's history and theory, it doesn't often necessarily resonate with everyone. So in that regard, I try and make it as quote unquote like interesting as possible and fun as possible. And I think the passport is that device of doing so, is to try give students their own agency and their own voice, and in doing so, allowing them to also realize and see their own cultural importance and backgrounds, because I think sometimes those are often forgotten about. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, and I think this feeds into artistic language and artistic research, and I think students will agree with me that you have to borrow a leaf from the way the presenter was talking about his work and his writing, so that what you present is different from the social scientists, is different from the mathematician. It is a design within us that we should use the language that is really artistic. We appreciate you, and let us give an applause to Stephen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Members, our next speaker, maybe you want to stand up a bit and stretch before we listen to the third presenter. I don't know whether, we should stand up a bit. I'm sorry, those chairs are not so comfortable, but we really need to stretch. All right, that minute is enough. Let's move to the next presenter. The next presenter is Dr. Richard Ocheng from Biocosmos, Kenya, and University of Eldoret. I don't know what Biocosmos means. I think he will be able to tell us the meaning, and then we shall delve into his evidence of intelligent design in case of bacterial flagellum and animal life. You are welcome, Dr. Ocheng. And please, can you introduce yourself, because I don't have your details before you speak to the listeners.
The Vice Chancellor Kyambogo in absentia, the convener of this summit, keynote speakers, faculty members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Richard Ocheng from University of Eldoret, and also the chair of Biocosmos Kenya Trust Foundation. When we talk about Biocosmos, then we're talking about bio, which is life, and cosmos, which is universe. So our activities are based on elements of the universe and elements of life. And I'll take a different trajectory as far as design is concerned. The design aspects that have been presented since yesterday are drawn from arts, etc. But I want to take you to a different level. And I believe that if you walk with me, then you leave this place with something. I would like to refer you to two elements. There are several of them. But one of the things that I'll talk about today is the bacteria flagella and what is unique about them. I'll also talk about one example drawn from animal life and then see how this points to design. One of the most fascinating examples, as I've mentioned, is the bacteria flagella, is a nano-rotary scale machinery. And you'll see the diagrammatic presentation to appreciate what design is as far as nature is concerned. And one of the things also that we appreciate is that this machine that I'll talk about has a multitude of components that are precisely arranged. You look at these and you'll appreciate wonders and will question the works of one of the founding biologists, Charles Robert Darwin. And I believe that biologists who are here, evolution biologists are really waiting for me to ask questions based on what I'm going to present. While components are proponents of naturalistic evolution, and this is very important, I'm talking about naturalistic evolution, argue that a number of elements or components in living organism must have developed by stepwise evolution. Then I'm going to demonstrate to you there are the components in life that cannot be attributed to that. And if we appreciate this, then there's a lot of implication on human understanding of the question of origin, the nature of life, universe, and also the question of design that you have been talking about since morning. My presentation is also based on the works of Michael Behe, one of the great proponents of ID, William Dambisky and Stephen Meyer. They wrote a lot of issues around the same. Now, before I give the examples or demonstrate what I'm talking about, I want to draw you to two aspects of natural science. Natural science focuses on two things, chance and necessity. This is the foundation of evolution biology. Very important. Intelligent design brings a third causation, what we call intelligent activity. And that's what we are going to look at. I'll take you back to the quote of Charles Robert Darwin. I call it a challenge because he posed a challenge to us and asked us whether we can be able to poke holes in what he said. He indicated in 1859 that if it can be demonstrated that complex organ existed which could not have possibly formed by numerous successive slight of modification. What he's saying is that if you can look at come across any complex organ that could not have developed through stepwise evolution, then his theory will fall flat. Remember, this is one of the main theories in biology. That is what he indicated. Very important. I'll take you to a very simple example. This is a bicycle, and a bicycle has different components. You can also draw examples from other man-made gadgets. There are parts of this bicycle that when you remove, then this bicycle will stop to function. There are other parts, like even the seat. If you remove the seat, you can still ride this bicycle without the seat. But you happen to remove the wheel, I doubt whether this bicycle will serve you. Those components that when are removed, then that particular machinery stops to work. We refer to it in intelligent design as irreducible complexity. And the works of Michael Behe demonstrates this. At individual level of a cell, there are thousands of small machineries that are responsible for life and activities in life. Today we want to look at the bacteria flagella. This is the flagella. And if you take a keen look at this flagella, it's just a whip-like thing. But a closer look or study of this flagella, it has several components. It has a filament, it has a joint, it has a hook, it has a rod. And if we don't label it as bacteria flagella, then you'll mistake it for a machinery. If you look at it, this is a nanomachinery that is found in bacteria. The bacteria's flagella machinery is seriously complicated and is one of the machinery that resembles what human beings have constructed, but is not a construction of human beings. And studies have demonstrated the components of this important machinery. The bacterial flagellum is used to make it move towards its food, away from its food, or for those that are attracted to light, like the cyanobacteria, towards light. That is what they use. A very simple element. It can make up to 100,000 revolutions per minute. If you have a vehicle, ask yourself what revolutions you can make per minute. Most of us, most vehicles will do up to 7,000. We talk about 100,000. Quite amazing. It has a clutch, and this makes it change direction at any point in time. But based on this revolution, I think you're seeing something. So we want to look at some of the parts. It's made of mainly of 3 parts: the filament, the hook, and the rod. That is the axial structure. The other part, as you can be able to see, is what we call the stator. So you can equate it to a simple machinery made by human beings. The hook is also curved and acts as a universal joint that transmit motor. And one of the things is that it has other components or other joints, and each and every component and joint has a function. You can even extract similar machineries even in a vehicle. The rod is a drive shaft that connects 2 components, the rotary rings and the hook. Very complicated. It even has a bush. The same element, a simple basic element that has been studied by several biologists and proponents of ID, one of them being Michael Behe. Now, one of the things that is quite amazing is that the flagella is coordinated by 30 proteins that are coordinated, produced by 50 genes. And what has been proved, and I'll refer you to the story of the junk DNAs. There are some components of the DNA that are considered to be useless, but studies have been done, the knockout experiments, to remove components of this flagella. And it has been demonstrated that if any of these 30 proteins that makes the structural components are removed, then the bacteria flagella stops to work. It stops to function. So those are irreducible complexity. And this is a big problem with Darwinian mechanism of natural selection that points to advantages that are transmitted from one generation to the other. If these components do not exist from the very beginning, then the flagella will not function. So that implies that they have to exist from the very beginning and cannot evolve through time, because if that takes place, then the bacteria will not move towards its food, will not move away from the predators, it will not move towards light. So that is very important to us. And evolutionists have not been able to refute this claim. If you look at different papers that have been published as far as the bacterial flagellum is concerned, none of them talks about this. So genetic knockout experiments shows that we need at least 35 genes and 30 proteins for it to function. I'll take you to a second example. I'll only give 2 examples. the animal body plans, and we'll talk about butterfly. And I would like to remind you that evolutionary theory has never solved the problem of where animals, including butterflies, including the elongated neck of a giraffe, came from. The theory is based on philosophical limited set of explanatory tools. Intelligent design, by comparison, provides the tools we need to explain what we observe, and very important, not taking anything from science. Remember I said that apart from chance and necessity, intelligent design adds a third causation: intelligent design. I'll refer you to what Gabriel Dover wrote some times back. At the age of 40, crick, and your crick is associated with the DNA. I believe you know that. Now, indicated that, challenged me with a statement that nothing can be said about evolution until we understand how organisms are put together. So we'll not be able to indicate that somebody evolved or a given organisms evolved without first of all understanding the developmental stages of this organism. So if I want to know what A evolved into, I'm told that A evolved into B. I must first of all appreciate this developmental stage. And I must also be able to appreciate how A was put together before I can conclude that for sure A evolved into B. Very important. And if I appreciate how A evolves into B, one of the problems that this poses is that that developmental stage cannot give us the developmental stage. Oh, if I can be able to appreciate how A developed its source and the developmental path, then I'll be able to appreciate that A cannot evolve into B, creating questions of macro evolution. Those are changes across different species, which are very important. So what evolution gives us are jumps. From one step, we go to the final stage. We do not even ask questions about the developmental path, which is very critical in the process of evolution. Evolution talks about three things. We talk about variation, selection, and heredity. But we emphasize much on heredity without asking ourselves the developmental stage from the point of origin to the point of change. I'll give you an example of building a butterfly. And I'll take you to what we call the magic bridge. In the magic bridge of life, this is where you ask yourself, for us to move from this point to this other point, what does it take us? So it's important to understand this, because if you're not able to understand that, then we lose it as one particular point. Then we'll be able to only to concentrate at the final point, which will not give us the answer. And this is what we do in evolutionary biology. We focus on hereditary of development, but we don't ask ourselves what it takes to move from this point to this other point. Those are questions that we need to ask ourselves. That means that evolution must somehow construct this developmental pathway without relying on natural selection, because necessary condition of selection hereditary occurs after those pathways have already been constructed. Very important. The metamorphosis of the butterfly, it starts with an egg, and the most fascinating stage is this stage, the caterpillar stage and the chrysalis. If you study the egg and finally the butterfly, then you might not be able to appreciate that the same egg can change into a caterpillar, and then into a chrysalis, and then finally into a beautiful butterfly. What normally happens in this stage, the chrysalis, is a stage of death. The cells are crushed. After they have been destroyed and crushed, then another development and designs takes place to create the components of a real butterfly? And this is one of the questions that's also posing challenges to evolution biology. The question of getting into the chrysalis without a plan to get out is a problem. How do we have that egg, the changing into caterpillar, getting into this death stage and coming out as a beautiful butterfly? That's a question that you need to take home. If a foresight and a design plan is not in place, then we'll not ultimately get the butterfly that is so beautiful that we appreciate. No evolution can explain the procedure by which random mutation, natural selection, could create these complex processes. Doesn't explain. Until each and every single component is built, for example, in the flagellum, we will not be able to have the bacteria flagellum functioning. And we will not have the bacteria. Everything has to be from the very beginning. And if we are not able to appreciate the question of intelligent design, then we will not be able, which must have a foresight, then we will not be able to have a butterfly at the end. And based on that, we go back to the challenge that Charles Robert Darwin presented. He's the one who presented this challenge in 1859. If it could be demonstrated that any complex, even one, and there are quite a number of them, then his theory will fall apart. So the same is now referred and answered by one of the components, not many, bacteria flagellum, which could not have developed through stepwise evolution. Experience shows that when we have, and we can draw a number of examples from life and universe, and if we look at them, then there are some components when we study, like the bacterial flagellum image that I presented, then if you look at them, the coordination, the codes that exist in computers, for example, and you find them in the DNA, you look at the machinery and the components and the way they are connected, then what we are able to see is intelligence. And an intelligent agent is a being with ability to plan ahead and think. And as knowledge of bacterium, flagellum, and animal life continues to expand, and we have lots of examples that demonstrate this, then it also creates a very beautiful debate on the question of origin of life and the question of origin of the universe. And I say thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Dr. Ocheng. I warned you before the session started that what we are going to hear is very abstract, and you need to open your eyes and ears and the mind. Otherwise, you won't be able to take in. What I can say about your presentation is that you've taken us on a journey where design meets science. That is how I can summarize it. I don't know whether members in the audience have questions or anything to add on. Yes, Professor Mugendi.
Thank you, Dr. Ocheng. I think this was one of the most highly anticipated presentations for me because after he gave me his business card, I saw the intelligent design and immediately was intrigued. There's a lot of synergies with what you presented. And one of these days, I'd like someone to say one of my designs is indeed intelligent. There's a whole field we call biomimicry. I don't know if you're familiar with biomimicry. And biomimicry is design imitating life. So sometimes you look at an animal. I think I gave the example of a termite hill, which inspired a building in Harare because of the passive cooling system that the termites employ to keep their queen cool. And that inspired a building that is an award-winning building. So within design, there's this area we call biomimicry, where design imitates nature and then attempts to get some life principles out of it. And so we identify what we call nature's champions. So for example, that butterfly or the flagellum could be the champion that inspires an improved sludge pump or something like that. So mine is to commend you and congratulate you because I'm definitely a firm believer in intelligent design. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
Thank you, presenter. Very wonderful sharing. I want also to challenge you that you gave us a picture of a bicycle and you removed one wheel. There are also unicycles. Thank you.
Do you want to respond to those two?
I will respond to Prof. the suggestion. Biomimicry, in fact, is one of the things that we do. We draw examples, lots of examples from animal life. And there are several animals. We can study the wildebeest, we can study birds, the way they fly, we can study the giraffe, etc., the termites. In fact, one of the books that we distributed, I think, I wrote a chapter on the question of the termites, very important. And then I'll respond, I was demonstrating that, and we are looking at perfection. And what I was driving at, let me use this projector. If I remove the stand, I will still support it. And I love what you've said, if we can have one wheeled. That's perfect. It will still work. I can even remove the shield and it will still work. But if I remove the lens, then this particular projector won't work. So there are some components. In reducible complexity, we ask ourselves, what is it that when we remove, then this particular component or nanomachinery in life will not function? So that's what we look at. And in the gene knockout experiments, what Bihi and the team have done is to study this genetic makeup, try to eliminate and check whether they will still work. And one of the problems, if you read Charles Darwin Black Box, Charles Rabbit Darwin did not know what we have in the DNA, what existed in the DNA completely. And studies have shown that even neo-Darwinists who appreciated the DNA still regarded some components as junk DNA. And this junk DNA, every time they are knocked out, there are those that will affect, with increase in knowledge, will affect the functioning of the nanomachinery. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we clap for Dr. Jim? Our next presenter is online, but it will take maybe a while to connect her. That is Ruth Mwangi. So in the interest of time, I'm proposing that we get the people who are physically here first, and then we shall have her at the end. So the next one is Professor George Cheyune from Makerere University. I'll ask Professor to talk about himself. I know he's time conscious and he will give us the highlights of his presentation so that we can catch up. Professor, you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, before that happens, I want to fix my my slides. And some of the cover. Huh? Is this the one? Yeah, but there's another one. There's one that should come earlier. That one. This one. This one. Yeah. Thank you so much, Maureen. I'm going to be very brief. My name is Joe Cheune. I'm an Africanist. I tell stories. I'm a sculptor, but also a historian. I'm interested in art history, contemporary art in Uganda. And what I'm going to talk about is about modern art, African modernism. Focus is on Uganda, that modern art at the crossroads. We are at the crossroads as Ugandan artists. And we are producing a lot of art, but sometimes we are wondering whether what we are producing is an extension of ourselves or we have something else to worry about. I'll start with this quote that comes from one of my publications. It goes, "It's important to remember that while changes introduced from outside are easier to see, it does not mean that changes cannot be internally motivated." Now that's a map of Africa there, and we're all very familiar with that map, obviously. But there's something that I want to show you next, which I think is important, that this map of Africa, or that Africa has been misrepresented, misunderstood, and difficult and complex as a narrative. If you look at that map, you can see that it is such a huge continent. You know, you don't realize sometimes that actually this Africa can swallow China. Does it work? That's China, and that is India, that's the United States, that's Eastern Europe, actually, and that is Italy, France, Germany, Spain, Portugal, and the whole of UK can be swallowed by Madagascar, you know, and this is Japan. So all these countries can actually fit in Africa. And sometimes people think Africa is one homogeneous whole that is one community or one story. It's not the case. So the professor here talked about culture being universal. And whenever you have people settled as communities, they will always have culture. They always produce art. So the production of art has been an ongoing process since time immemorial. And indeed, before the advent of colonialism, at the turn of the 19th century, 20th century rather, the people of Africa actually were actively producing art. And this art was not static. It has been always changing. It has always been changing. And some people imagine that an artwork of that sort has always been like that. When Europeans came to Africa, they found masks of that nature. They found, people, telling stories, masquerades, and so on. But that mask has not always been like that. Maybe 100 years ago, maybe 200 years ago, we had a different kind of artwork in Africa. So what does that mean? It means that the advent of Western culture into Africa created what we call traditional and modernity. Okay? As if Africa has always been traditional and the West introduces modern life. My thinking is Africa has always been modern. It has always been modern, and all the Western man did was to continue that modernity. And that modernity is still with us and is continuing today. Therefore, that is, yet another kind of art that I think can only represent Africa at a certain point in time, okay? And indeed, so much has changed in terms of art practice today, but making reference to that kind of art. And indeed, there was art before that, only that we have no records for it, okay? So we don't know what happened before that. Interestingly, here in East Africa, we did not have that rich legacy of figurative art, which is okay. Nonetheless, this is still art. It is not inferior to the other necessarily. It's a different type of art. We produce the art in the form of architecture. We produce the art in different ways, including that kind of design. Those are designs that are still used in Western Uganda in different ways. They have been there since time immemorial. And now here I'm talking about the art that evolving. So what is my focus of this research? I'm interested in the way artists in Uganda have the challenges of being a modern artist in Uganda. And the intervention of Western education introduced formal art education. Mrs. Trawo founded modern art in Uganda, starting with Makerere. And those are some of the early students of Mrs. Trawo when she started teaching art classes in Makerere. I'll jump to that in the interest of time. That is a very iconic artwork. A work done by who? Picasso, exactly. Now, Picasso made this work when he got into contact with the African art, if you like, okay? And it's called the Demoiselles d'Avignon, the women of Avignon. And you can see that there's so much influence from Africa in this artwork. Now, this is around 1907, when indeed colonialism and evangelization was taking roots in Africa. When Mrs. Trawo came to Uganda in 1935 to start the art school, he actually did not teach her students this kind of art. Interestingly, the art that we are talking about is that kind of art, which has almost no reference to Africa, except in the fact that it's a landscape and their hearts and so on. But in terms of the underlying spiritual entity, it's just, you could say it's an illustration. Picasso has done that. So why were the art schools as far back as 1940, 1950, did not make reference to the Africa of the past? Indeed, some scholars have suggested that African art was at its peak when it made these things. Okay? That's the best of African art has ever been. That's the best. When you introduced, thank you. When you introduced art schools in Africa, and when they were launched and opened, they contaminated that. That's why I was asking this professor here, can culture be contaminated? Don't you think we are contaminated? By taking us from here and giving us this kind of teaching, I don't know. Now, Mrs. Trawo, who started the art school in Uganda, actually was a member of the colonial race. She was a missionary at the same time, but also an art teacher who was interested in enabling the African become proud of his past, proud of his culture. And he encouraged her students to work within that scope of recovering past traditions. And this is not very clear, but he used the Bible as one of the resources for teaching art to her students. That's a better painting. You can see that one of her students, Elimu Njau, who is a Kenyan, apparently, Makerere at that time was a center for higher education to the whole of East Africa. And Elimu Njau produced this art in an effort to domesticate the Bible. At least let's go back to Africa and use our resources and use our past to along modern lines. Now, I'm fast tracking to the independence decade. So, at the time of independence, many artists had the opportunity to at least take ownership of their art in terms of teaching, in terms of production. This is the work of Kefa Sempanji, who was uneasy with the curriculum of the West and decided that he's going to use local resources, local material culture, local life to construct a sculpture that is, I think, truly African, truly Uganda, but also truly modern at the same time. Okay? It's some kind of shrine. He calls it Omugelengejo, which is some kind of divination in Uganda. But you can see that as a modern trained artist, he's returning to the past and reclaiming it and using it as a resource to create a new kind of art that pays tribute to the history of the continent. Oh, okay. There's another set of very quickly, there's another set. Okay. So I have two sets of slides, and I could not merge them for some technical reasons. And some of us were born before computers, so please understand. This is another artist called Sanaga Teja, who is very much interested in working with local life and the material culture around him, within his surroundings. Now, he folds paper beads and creates art that is very stunning. Now, this is a wearable kind of art, and what he's saying, now he's using women, you know, in his community. He's working with them. He's generating artworks with using the backcloth and creating large, actually very huge wall hangings that have a lot to do with the here and now within its surroundings. Okay, I'll go very fast. And these are the beads that he folds and then constructs into stunning artworks. Teresa Musoke is another artist that I'm looking at, and in her case, she's interested now in wildlife. She's trained. She's a graduate of at art school in the 60s, and her focus and emphasis is on. She's an activist in wildlife. Some of the artists that I'm talking about have no interest in looking at Africa and its past as a background for their art. So not all artists are working with that kind of resource. Some of them, like Teresa Musoke, is actually taking a different route. I want to look at this man called Katarikawe. He worked a lot in Nairobi, and I want to read what I've written about him because this is important. Katarikawe is a painter. Now, this painter did not actually train in an art school, but he was in the neighborhood of that school during the formation of his career, of his during the time he flowered as an artist. Now, his paintings are reminiscent of a journalistic work which Trowell's art student made. They appear spontaneous and loaded with human fantasy. Now, who are the gatekeepers of African art? Sometimes we say African art is not genuine and lacking in certain realities of today, but it's also to do with who is supporting that art. Now, the Katarikawa is very much held in high regard in the West. Why? Because somehow he's continuing that neo-primitive, neo-traditional in his work, okay? This work would not pass very well in a conventional art school because you can see it's lacking in anatomy, it's lacking in perspective. We value these things, okay? So I want to highlight this again, that some scholars have suggested that African art was at its peak before it was contaminated by these art schools we have today. And Katarikawa is impervious to the ideas and ideals of an academic art training. But somehow he's able to pull through because of that gatekeeper who decided what African art should be and what it shouldn't be. So this is the crossroads that I'm talking about. Now, if I make a beautiful painting, very successful, somebody says that's not African enough. But who are you to decide that that's not African enough? It's here in Africa. And the interest is in connecting my art with the backcloth, okay, with the mask forms, which are not our inheritance here anyway, and so on and so forth. So Katarikawa, his compositions are logically constructed, and it's some kind of perpetuation of Western stereotyping of African authentic artists. You know, if there's such a thing as authentic, we sometimes talk about, is there such a thing as authentic? That's yet another complex thing to say. So it's expressing naivete in African painting. However, I'm not suggesting that this work lack integrity. No, they don't. They are very, very good, actually. And they are so full of humor. But to privilege this work at the expense of a drawn, a well-painted landscape, because it's not African enough, is to be exclusive and not taking on board the realities we have today in Africa. So, so in other words, we have got a cohort of artists who are very active, who are, because of the market, making certain directions and creating work, sometimes that are meant to, I'm concluding. Sometimes they're meant to answer what the market is demanding. Sometimes they are those artworks that are genuinely coming from within, deep in our hearts, and as they are talking about reclaiming what we lost in the past within the scope of the changing times, which changing times is both modern and traditional. And indeed, if we can make art that at least is not disengaged from the past and is aware of that past, but within the scope of modern development, I think that's that way we shall be very successful as artists within the region of Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mwanyinaze. Professor Cheyune belongs to the same clan as mine, the Nyonyi clan. That's why I call him Mwanyinaze. So he's a brother to me.
Yes.
what I can read from your presentation is your emphasis on the Africanness of the nature of art that we should continue producing and not forgetting where we are coming from. And you've also touched about culture, and you've reminded me of what Professor Kioli talked about. Culture is dynamic, and therefore, what do you expect? If they are borrowing from the West, what can we do? Maybe they want to make another statement within the African context, and therefore, we should also embrace that, because we cannot remain like pure African matter. You brought in the Picasso phenomena, and you reminded me again about his statement that beauty lies in the hands of the beholder, and therefore, art being so subjective, there is no way you can appreciate for somebody else. Everybody appreciates art in their own way. So if art is market-driven, I think we need to embrace that modernity aspect where we borrow what we think will excite the buyer, but we still maintain who we are as we produce as designers. So can I call upon reactions, questions, but we also need to take care of those people online, because they had itching questions, and I think we kind of forgot about them in a way. Can you please connect us to the people online? The thing is, I did not see any hand up there for I could not, no, like online. I couldn't anybody to ask a question. Everybody's microphone is muted, and I don't know what's going on. Can we start with Professor Kiori? And then people online, if you have any questions or comments, please, you put up your hand and you get a chance to ask.
Thank you, Professor. Is it Cheyune? Yes. Good. Yes. You brought that sculpture of the black lady, and I think that's what we are trying to allude to with the distortion, with the condemnation. Yes. And I didn't get it from in your presentation. Why would the sculptor, the person who did it, contaminate it? Why would the person want to distort that kind of reality from the African context?
I don't know. I still remember the one. Which one?
Distort. That is depicting the African in a very insane manner. Is the other one which?
Can you come? Can you come? Come. Uh-huh.
A sculptor which has a black person.
Yeah. The first slide. Yeah, you know. Is it that one? That's not the one, is it? So it's a sculpture, is it? Yes. Oh, at the beginning, maybe. That one, maybe. Oh, that one? Yeah, there are two.
That one.
Yes. The question is?
The question is, in terms of cultural representation, does it misrepresent any African reality?
No, it does not at all, because we don't know when this was made, and we don't know for whom this was made, and it obviously was, must be more than 100 years old, perhaps, and it made a lot of sense and relevance for the people who commissioned it and the person who made it. And I'm suggesting that when that was made, it was answering certain questions within that time. However, if we go further back in time, maybe the sculptures were looking different. We have no idea because we have no evidence for that. Yet at the same time, I am aware that Picasso looked at these things and absorbed what he needed from them and created what became later on Cubism. You know, he invented Cubism. But it's because he had seen these things and they became a resource for him and an inspiration. So, so in other words, that work was okay for whoever who made commissioned it and for the period or time for which it's made. But my complaint is that when Picasso, you know, worked with those artworks and invented that Cubism, the people who introduced art schools did not continue Picasso's legacy, and in terms of revisiting that tradition, that history, and creating work that actually continues that perspective. It is instead in the 60s that we see people like Sempanji dissenting from his professors who insisted that perspective and anatomy and color theory is important, and for him decided to create that shrine, which is so much about his memory, about his history, about his past. That one. So we can see there's a reconnection and a continuation of the legacy from that, the kind of art that, you know, from that object that I'm referring to. So there's an effort now to actually capture that tradition that we were cheated out at the time of colonialism. Probably. Sorry? Yeah. The contamination came in? Yeah, you know, we keep reinventing these things. The bell bottoms were here in the 70s, and at some point I can see them returning somewhere, somehow, these days. So these fashions, these, you know, ideas, we always revisit the past, and you find something interesting and useful when we are tired of what is the status quo is. And these young people are now beginning to, you know, wear damage. You know, who had ever imagined that damage would be a fashion, you know? But you know, it's in such a vogue, and it's okay. Yeah.
Okay, can we have Bruno? I saw your hand up, and then open the online participation, please. ICT.
Thank you. I wanted to do some more reference to a sculpture piece which was taken by the colonial masters when they were robbing us, which is the Rosita head.
Rosita head, yes.
Which is dated more than 1,000 years and was made within the central part of Uganda, and the hairstyle has actually dreadlocks. So if you imagine that dreadlocks were happening and appearing on our heads 1,000 years ago, that is also part of the covering up of the knowledge that we have to bring back to the students of art. Thank you.
Precisely. Yes. The Rosita head was excavated in Rosita when they are constructing the prison, but there's no systematic archaeological work that has been done there. I wish they could continue excavating. I'm sure they will find more Rosita heads in that area, you know. Yes.
Another one. Are we opening up for online?
Thank you so much. My name is Okelo Daniel Kidong, a student from the Art and Design Department. Now my submission is about the invasion of the Western art into the African art. Now if I'm to consider like the way Africans were making their art and the way the Westerns came with their art, it was like they were seeing Africans with the eyes like, we know nothing yet, so they were just starting us from the genesis. And that's why now most of the students now are still following that path. And yet those ones who had the ideas before, they were abandoned and considered inferior. Now that's remind me of what I always tell people, like the colonialists or the Westerns forced Africans into the things that they were yet to go into. It was like the Westerns entered into their generation and their development was continuous. But Africans escaped a certain space or a stage of which they had to develop. So the process in which the Africans were developing, it was much than the Western. But I think they felt like Africans were going to overtake them. That's why now they had to give that space. Yeah. They brought their ideas and took the Africans now very slowly. Now my question is, the African art that used to happen on the previous time, if you are to do it today, and we compare with the Western one, considering the market and all that we are always producing, where do we belong?
The African art.
Yes, because someone is painting in the African approach, then there is someone who has been influenced by that Western approach. So now there are these two people or artists competing now. So in the space like art we are selling, who belongs where and who is better, because they normally consider them to be the same people, and we are now worldwide, not just in Africa.
I hope I understand your question. First of all, these artworks were stolen from Africa, and now there is a big crusade of restitution. We are demanding that they should be returned. Okay, some of them are being, returned actually. Now, in fact, at that time when they were being shipped away, they are called ethnographic objects. They are not even art. Only recently that it's being recognized that actually this was very powerful, dynamic, intellectual art that that art historians today are beginning to reevaluate them and seeing them as serious artworks. Now, the art that you're talking about, of course, we can't turn back the wheels of history. The heart was a heart, the backcloth was backcloth, but what are we doing with that heart and with that backcloth so that we redefine it, reevaluate it along modern lines? And I hesitate to use that word modern because you see the way I started is that we have always been modern anyway, because changes have been happening in Africa since time immemorial. And I've seen many churches today being constructed in the shape or design of a heart. So I think as people who are creative, as artists, they are trying to bridge that gap or find areas of convergence. And I think we are not talking about competition here. Who owns what? We're talking about synergies. We're talking about collaborations. And if indeed Picasso made what he did, that's wonderful. He borrowed from us. And if we make work that resembles his work, like some people have suggested, oh, your work looks like that of Picasso. No, Picasso came here and found me here, and actually I'm working, not copying Picasso, because African sculptures are my inheritance anyway. But we are talking about that heart that, in any case, I think we are we're working as, the world is becoming a global village, as you know. And
I think we can continue with this conversation because we are already late for another program.
Okay.
We need to give the last two speakers maybe 15 minutes each so that we can wind up the day for another activity.
Okay.
And those who still have questions can contact Professor Cheyune after this. We thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So can we have the online Ruth Mwanji for 15 minutes and then the last speaker, Jay, will also come in for 15 minutes and we wind up the day's presentation.
Yes.
Can you please?
Good afternoon to you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Can you go ahead, please? Introduce yourself and then go ahead.
All right. So my name is Ruth Mwangi. I am a lecturer teaching in Kenya at Machakos University and Kenyatta University in the Department of Fine Art. I have undertaken a degree in Fine Art at Kenyatta University, a master's at University of Nairobi, a master's in design, and I'm currently pursuing my PhD in design as well at the University of Nairobi. I've been able to publish in 2 journals and a multiple number of conferences, and I'm glad to be here today. So on to my presentation today. Thank you. My presentation is titled Human-Centered Design and Community-Based Conservation in Kenya. I'm looking at the role of design towards conservation in Kenya. In introduction, United Nations climate change talks about the role of community participation towards conservation. And when you talk about conservation, in this case, you're talking about wildlife conservation. And what is the role of community when it comes to wildlife conservation? So hence the creation of community-based conservation, where communities participate in conserving the wildlife because most of the communities are neighboring the wildlife protected areas. Hence the need to look at community-based conservation and community participation towards conservation programs. Now, when you're looking at communities, we know that the Maasai community in Kenya, they have been thriving way in history with the wildlife that is there. So these two have been living cohesively without conflict over the past years. Then there became a few issues. 1, human population increased. 2, wildlife population increased, hence creating human-wildlife conflict. So the conservationist managers came in to bridge a gap between the Maasai community and the wildlife community, saying that the human population is infringing on the wildlife population, and also that the wildlife population is also increasing and infringing on the human population. So the conservation managers came in with policies, with theories, with projects towards mitigating why they need to have the wildlife thriving, as well as the communities surrounding the wildlife areas being looked upon to participate in conservation in order for them to have sustainable livelihoods. So Adam Hullen is one of these literature review. He asks the question, if conservation is the answer in Africa, then what is the question? Why do we need to conserve, yet the community members and the wildlife community used to live very well together, cohesively, and there were no issues in the past? So what are we looking at? Conservation managers have come in to create policies, to create frameworks that will help these two communities the wildlife community, and the society to live cohesively together. So now, my case study was in two areas. One in northern Kenya, called Lekuruki Community Conservancy, and the next one is in southern Kenya, called Birikani Group Ranch. In my slide, you'll be able to see the map of these two areas, and it was a very good idea to have the two case studies being relevant to me, because the one in southern Kenya, Birikani Group Ranch, it's a community-led conservancy. The community there is the Maasai, and majorly they practice pastoralism and agriculture. My second case study, please move to the next slide. My second case study is Lekuruki Group Ranch. Also, it consists of the Maasai community. The Maasai community in this area are majorly pastoralists, while the ones at Birikani Group Ranch are pastoralists and agriculturists. The Lekuruki Maasai community are majorly pastoralists, and the Lekuruki Community Conservancy is young as compared to the Birikani Group Ranch Conservancy. So when comparing these two, I was able to analyze data, I was able to collect data and give findings that were relevant towards the study of human-centered design and its role in community-based conservation. Next. So in my theoretical framework, I'm looking at human-centered design. And by definition, it is a practice of solving problems in the community. And this looks at the people and the context of their issues. And human-centered design is one of the approaches that has been developed recently and is being applicable in community development, in community sustainability. Human-centered design works on three stages: the decision-making stage, the planning stage, and the implementation stage. And when you're talking about the human-centered design, you're looking at the communities, in this case, the Maasai community, and how human-centered design will help improve what they're already practicing, conservation. How will human-centered design improve community participation towards conservation of wildlife? The conceptual framework that I was able to develop was looking at community conservation models that have been existing in the past. The models rely on policy making. The models rely on projects that they implement with the communities. The models rely on the revenues that are collected because of the conservation and the revenues that are tripled back to the community. So for the policy making, the community-based conservation models, the managers were able to have a centralized governance, and the policies were using a top-down approach to policy making. What human-centered design is looking at is having a bottom-up approach where you involve the community, in this case the Maasai, towards making the policy together with the managers who are the conservation managers. When you're talking about the projects, the community-based conservation models is also centralized. Most of the projects are short-term. When it comes to medical, we see that, for example, at Lekuruki Conservancy, the medical assistance that they receive is through a truck that comes on specific market days and meets the needs of the communities, and it goes away. Most of the projects that are gearing towards community conservation are also donor funded. So once the funding is over, so does the project end. What human-centered design is proposing is decentralization. The projects need to be centered on the people. They need to be given the skills in order to proceed on with the projects. If it's a school project, if it's an electricity project, the projects need to be long-term, because we have realized if the projects are donor funded and the donor goes away, then the project is left hanging. Then the people feel disgruntled because what they were pegging on happening does not happen. So it creates mistrust between the community managers and the local members. There is need for the projects to look at the human capital. Most of the households have many members, have between 5 to 10 members per household. So if the projects are able to create skills, medical skills, train teachers in these projects, then the Maasai community will be able to run the projects when donor funding is over. The model looks at revenues. So here we have the wildlife. The wildlife brings tourism in the marginalized areas, that's the Maasai community, both in the northern Kenya and in the southern Kenya. Then when these revenues are collected, the revenues are given back to the community to empower the community. So what has been happening, the revenues have been collected from tourism, which is a major income generating project in Kenya, but we realize that the revenues are inadequate because when community members are grazing the livestock, and the livestock are attacked by the predators like the lions, the wild dogs, the Maasai community, mostly the men, they are compensated for the loss of the livestock. But an example is that when I was collecting data, I realized most of the members of the community were able to buy the heifers for 100,000. But when the lion attacks the bull, they are only compensated 20,000. So the person has to chip in back into their pocket to get the 80,000 in order to get the compensation. This money that comes to the community is also delayed. If it's compensation, it will take up between 3 months up to 1 year to get compensated for loss of life, for loss of livestock, for loss of crops. Then again, when money is collected from tourism, it goes back to the community, and one of the projects is scholarship. Then you realize that this scholarship is geared towards the top 3 students in the schools that are selected. So here is a case of a community member who is active in the conservation program, but the child is not among the top 3, but they are needy. They lack school fees to be able to meet the needs of the student, to be able to retain the student in school and gain literacy levels. So when the scholarships are geared towards the top 3 students, and this parent, their child is not able to meet the threshold, then they don't get the scholarship. So the person is a member of the community conservancy. The member has a needy child, but the child does not get the scholarship because they are not among the top 3. So what human-centered design is offering is that you involve the communities towards the revenue distribution. So you're having compensation for loss of livestock, loss of life, loss of crops. Let the community members be the ones to sit down, dictate the amount, and also the time taken. Let them be involved in the process. Again, there is compensation, but it is delayed. So the community members need to be involved in order to make the compensation prompt. Then again, these revenues come to the community, then the community leaders sit down and decide that this money is going to be shared among the community members. Let the revenues be needs-based. Let the community members dictate where the money is going, as opposed to the policy makers saying that we will give you health, we will give you water, we will give you education, and other projects. That is for the conceptual framework. So what we're looking at next is that the research was done in northern Kenya and southern Kenya, and I was able to meet a total of 30 people. 20 were community members where I was able to interview them, both male and female. The community members are registered members and they have community leaders. I was able to interview 2 community leaders in northern Kenya and 2 community leaders in southern Kenya. The community-based conservancies have a project where they have lodges that attract tourists. These lodges are managed by community leaders, and I was able to interview 2 lodge managers in southern Kenya and 2 lodge managers in northern Kenya. Then community-based conservation does not work on its own. In Kenya, for example, they're under Kenya Wildlife Service, and I was able to interview 1 official there. And then there's another umbrella of a non-governmental organization called African Wildlife Foundation. I was able to interview 1 official. In total, I had 30 members I was able to interview. As to my findings, I was able to see that When I did the research, I was able to interview both male and female in the Maasai community, which was good. And the males, I was able to interview 5 males, and I was able to interview 5 females, which was good representation, because if you understand the culture of the Maasai, which is in my next slide, the women are not allowed to participate. But in this case, in the Rikani group branch, I had more females, 6 and 5 males. At Lekuruki Conservancy, I was able to interview 5 males and 5 females, which was good, based on the culture of the Maasai. On to my next slide. My data analysis was that the community-based conservation was able to tap into the wildlife conservation and create lodges. These lodges attract tourists, and the tourists bring in revenues, and the revenues trickle back to the community. When I asked them if they were satisfied with the conservation process, most of the community members said that they were satisfied with the conservation program. Most of the members had a local name given to the conservation program. In Birikani Group Ranch NGR, it was called Enkirara Ongwesi. At Lekuruki, it was called Enkreketa Ongwesi. At Birikani Group Ranch, the community members are supported by Big Life Foundation, which is a non-governmental organization. At Lekuruki Group Ranch, they are funded by Northern Range Land Trust, which is a non-governmental organization. They are also happy and agree with conservation because they say that they have found themselves with the wildlife and are ready to continue with the wildlife conservation programs and initiatives. Most of the participation by the community members was passive participation because there was gender disparity. Most of the women are not allowed to speak at the meetings. The men were the ones allowed to speak. And then there was language barrier. Most of the meetings were held in Maasai and English. If conservation managers would come to the meetings and they would hold the meetings in English, they would need to have a translator to be able to translate into Maasai language, hence creating a barrier. On to my next slide. When you looked at participation, how is the community participating? Men were the highest members who were participating in conservation programs. The women were listed between 2 to 3 out of the population that I was able to interview, and the children were not participating. This is majorly because in the Maasai community, anyone between 0 to 18 years is considered a child and is not allowed to speak up in meetings or participate in anything until they achieve the age of 18 years. The women do participate in conservation, but because of the numbers that are highlighted here, they are very few. Because again, because of cultural hindrance, women are not allowed to speak in front of men, and very few women have the courage to do so. Luckily, for the lodges that work in the conservation areas, there's a policy that 1/3 of the board members need to be women. So the women's voice has been picked up, and slowly we'll have a good percentage of women participating in conservation.
Ruth, can you try to wind up, please?
No problem. So when you're looking at Edmund and Marshall Murphy, they're talking of the different types of participation. We have the manipulative, passive, participation by consultation, participation for material incentives, which is happening in the Maasai community. Most of the community members are willing to participate in conservation because the wildlife attracts tourists, the tourists bring income. When that is taken away, and then we have the people who do poaching and wildlife trade, they come into the community will quickly move to the poaching because they'll also get incentives there, which is a bad initiative for participation. What we are proposing is that we need to have interactive participation and transformative participation that looks at the members as stakeholders for the conservation programs. So what I'm proposing is that human-centered design looks at the problem of the community. And I was looking at 2 major problems: literacy level, on to the next slide, literacy level as well as our community. So the problems that I realized were the demographics in terms of men and women and children. Literacy levels was low among the Maasai community. There's lack of technology because even internet and normal phone calls could not be taken. The benefits accrued were not shared. On to my next slide. So I was looking at human-centered approach as a model that will tackle two issues. I was looking at how gender can be tackled. And for gender, human-centered design looked at when the conservation managers come to talk to the community, they need to divide the community into the youth, that's 0 to 18 years, and engage them separately, engage the women separately, and engage the men separately. That way, you're able to tap into the men, women, and youth and have them actively involved. Most of the community conservancies are land that is separated and kept apart because of conservation. And most of the pioneers are men. So what happens when the pioneers of conservation areas die or get sick? There'll become a gap because the women and children are not actively involved. So I was looking at human-centered approach. And when this happens, we'll have more women being involved. Cultural days where people will be telling the story about conservation in their areas. We'll have improved livelihoods, and people will be motivated to participate in conservation from intrinsic motivation as opposed to extrinsic motivation. When we come to benefit sharing, human-centered approach, we look at benefits being led by the community leaders, the compensation needing to be timely, and the resources to be allocated well so that most of these areas are marginalized. They lack infrastructure that is piped water, they lack good roads, they lack network. And technology is key when it comes to that. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ruth. There are a number of areas that point to sociological aspects of living that should be linked to the role of design. If we are to look at the theme for this conference, but I'm just giving a number of people maybe 2 questions because we need the last person to also present. And if people online can post their questions as well in the chat room, then we can begin with it. Because the conference is continuing up to tomorrow, maybe questions can be addressed later on. I don't know. Yeah, so can we have questions or concerns? Penelope, make it short, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruth, for your presentation. I was able to pick one thing. And again, I'm happy to see your face because I remember our days at university. I was able to pick the area of sustainability in your human-centered design because I believe that by implementing this human-centered design, you will also create sustainable communities. Yeah, that's my comment.
Thank you, Penelope. Any other? People online? Professor, you keep it short, please.
Thank you, Ruth. Just about 3 short questions. One, I want to know whether this was a qualitative or quantitative study. 2, how did you do the sampling? Then 3, what should I take home as your conclusion? Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe, Ruth, you need to maybe explain to people because we see as if it was a collaborative kind of research, but you were presenting it as your sole participation. I'm just wondering the roles of the other 3 people within this research of yours. Thank you. Can you briefly respond to those questions, please?
1, the research was purely qualitative. 2, the sampling was random sampling because when we went to the community, we had to liaise with the community leaders who had to introduce us to the community members. It was random sampling. 3, the take home is that the community is conserving the environment because of the revenues that they're getting back, which is majorly extrinsic motivation towards conservation, and they are majorly donor funded. So what the take home is that we need to sensitize the community to be intrinsically motivated towards conservation. And then when donor funding goes away, the community is able to take up the initiative on themselves to be able to continue with the conservation. Then upon my other co-authors, they were not able to present, so that's why I presented on their behalf.
Thank you so much. Can we clap for Ruth? And okay, our next presenter is Jay Park. Is Jay here? We are using 15 minutes, if you will, and I know you can do it. Can you introduce yourself and then go ahead? Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Oliocha, Sevo, and Nyavo. My name is J.Y. Park. I'm from South Korea. And then I'm doing my own businesses here 12 years. And then I briefly introducing what I'm done for 10 years here with the Ugandan people here. But everyone might be happy to that my last people that presentation today. So I tried to quickly showing that what I'm doing strongly. As I see my English is not perfect. This is not my the mother tongue. So I'm trying to my best to introducing what I'm done with Ugandan people and my project. So briefly, just wanted to show this video. This is my business I'm doing for 10 years here. 12 years ago, I was here. My first Uganda was chukumi chukumi. You know the chukumi chukumi, what does it mean? And I was an exchange. I applied the exchange student to Makerere University, but I failed that. I just stayed in the Makerere University, the student hostel. Still, the place was remained at Waterloo Hostel, and it was a chukumi chukumi. It means like with the 100 Uganda shillings, the hungry students can have a meal there. And I was very happy to be there. It was I've learned many things from the places. At the moment, I was studying my master's degree in Finland. I know that one professor, Kioli, the professor, you study in Finland and something. And I had a master's degree in Finland. My master's degree is creative sustainability. I'm a first year student in there. And then this is my thesis project. And I met the Ugandan supervisor there, and he recommended me to go do my own research in here 12 years ago. That's why I visited. I have a chance to come here in Chukumi Chukumi. And while I'm living in Chukumi Chukumi, I had a lot of friends, and I love really good memories. And I've learned in Chevan, the vocational training center, how to making the shoes making there. And I could realize that what is the local skills, what is a culture thing. Today's many themes are connected with the culture-based things. That my thesis also tried to learn in totally different places. The designer learned the culture, behaviors, market, material, and many things are. I have to be researched there. And then I realized to see many children carrying the water bottles, you know, chidomola here. So I'm got interested about that, what designers can do changing these situations. You know, the children have to carry the water on their lifestyles. This place was in Kigali. This was in Core in Kenya. And this is the Gulu area in Uganda. Mostly the children have to carry the water. That's exactly the starting point of my business, Jerry Bags. Because I, as a product designer, I realized that I can do something for changing this one. So that's why my long journey, 10 years, started. After graduating my school, you know, everyone knows that how much difficulty is carrying the water, even the adults. So while the children fetching water, carrying the water on their head, they can damages on their necks and spines. And even also the car accidents happen because the driver couldn't see them. Such a physical problems I just concentrate on. And I believe that designers can change it, this kind of the problem, because I even believe that. Designers can change it, this problem, because designers' job is solving these problems. And such a physical problems most easier than mental problems. My background was a product designer, and I'm very interested. Even the different cultural things, I could solving these problems. That is exactly beginning of my long journey in here. So that such a chidomolas, I'm having ideas to making some bags for putting the chidomolas, jerry cans in the bag. And this can be work as a children more easy carrying, and also can work as a preventing the car accident. But mostly in rural area, there are so lack of traffic signs, so the drivers could drive so overspeed, and many times the higher truck drivers couldn't see the children passing by. So that's why those kind of the physical issues are wanted to concern from the beginning and by far. And 10 years, our team in Uganda and our designs are concentrating only two things to solve this kind of problems. So after graduating my school, I opened my studio in Bugolobi market with the 2 swing machine, and we hired 2 Ugandan tailors and started making this jerry bag brand in 2014. And many friends, and when I'm saying that I'm starting my businesses here, and I'm supporting the children who have to carry the water, and I'm making the backpack for them, and many my friends and really ridicules on me. And do you believe that, JY, do you believe that it can change it as this situation? Would it be better to dig one more borehole? It would be help the children. But, and some believe that at that time, 10 years ago, I do not believe like that right now, but I believe that at the moment I could change it somehow world. But 10 years ago, I could have a chance to donating the 100 bags to children at the first time in Gulu area. And then I could have a chance. The one girls came to me and says to me then, "Thank you, JY. I even love the jerry bags." And I opened her bags and her jerry bags, and I could see her the many flowers in the bear bag because she picked up the flowers while they are coming to the borehole. And after that, I realized that the matter of the changing world, it does not matter on me anymore. Just as someone's small changing in their life, that's all I'm doing my job. That's why I'm doing 10 years this kind of job. The jerrycan bag, we are creating that 2 main purposes. The firstly, we just wanted to easy carrying the water bottle. The secondly, we wanted to preventing the car accident by putting more functional material. So that's why I'm using somehow the right reflecting material and front and both sides. And also I got inspiration from that here, the Matatu taxi, the colors, the white stripes and blue color. And this kind of the symbol can work to drive easy catching the children's. So those kind of the principles we haven't used it. To make this project sustainable, so I also concerning two main sustainabilities from the beginning. The first one is this one should be made in here locally. So that's why we start with the two ladies making these kind of the bags. But now we are 14 steps we are making these bags by far. And we could donate these bags for children, 15,000 bags by far in mostly in rural area. But we're not giving this back to directly one by one. But we just co-working with the local NGO here, working here. And through that, their channels, we just spreading the bags to the children. That's why that this kind of the local process, the systemic approaches, and I have been built for 10 years. And this kind of to these projects, I need the money and fund, but I don't have any fund. So we just designing the very special bags and selling internationally in South Korea and the Asian market and even the USA market we are selling. From the sales profits, we just still doing this project for 10 years. So these kind of the two main sustainabilities that we are concerning. How can we build up these the bags and how can we deliver? And then after the delivering, not the end of these processes, we also collecting how their children using the bags and how can we improve that from their real comments. That is exactly that our sustainabilities we wanted to build. So we have 5 team members in South Korea and 1 team member in USA, and Uganda team members and 14. Yeah, that is exactly jobs. But as I mentioned that, by far we haven't given 50,000 back to the children. So mostly they using the bag as a school bag. Not my intention is wanted to lose them as carrying the water. But I don't want to interrupt their use. I just wanted to using more safety when they're going to school or when they're fetching the water. It's the users or customers. They can use their own way. So my project is the next challenge is how can we improve such a safety with the physical bags. So it can work as there's some traffic sign to the drivers. This is kind of the challenges our teams have in the future. So how can the tailors, the makers, can make these bags more fast or easily? This is also one of the concerns our team. That is our whole process is the Jerry Beck doing for 10 years. So we have a new next challenges. This is the kind of the commercial approaches that, but this is also filmed, so that's why I will keep it this one. So we have our booth is outside there. So if you have questions or any comments, I always welcome you. And also, I have a next challenges here in Uganda. I tried to build up a creative sustainable design center. So this is kind of really small scale beginning. So I need your help and supporting. And also our project was chosen one of the 10 and good design and design cases in Seoul Design Award. So please come to our booth and sharing this knowledge together with you. Thank you so much for listening. Yeah.
Thank you so much, J.Y. Park. What a way to end the day. You've really challenged us in terms of what we can do to solve social problems here. And I can see creative sustainability, and I'm just wondering the kind of material that you use, whether you are importing that one or you get it from here, I don't know. So you are engaged in material exploration to see how best you can produce these cheaply.
True.
And so that you can make them affordable. But in a nutshell, you are presenting the problem solving by design.
Yes, thank you so much.
That design approach is very interesting, and I can see you're going global and local. Therefore, we can explore the term globalization as well. So, thank you so much
Thank you very much.
for that, and we wish you well with the Creative Sustainable Design Center that you intend to establish.
Yes.
And I think people will visit your store. So can I invite 2 questions or comments from the audience, please? Professor Mugen.
Yeah, thank you. I can say Gyombai and Kipis, because you've connected Finland and South Korea. This is very exciting. For me as an industrial designer, I can see how this speaks to the aspirations of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 6. And I'd encourage you, there's quite a number of design awards that would be interested in this kind of socially conscious innovation or social innovation. And I'd encourage you to really continue to pursue this goal. You're wearing something interesting. Was that 3D printed, or how did you make that little jerry bag?
You mean this one?
Yes.
Oh, this one I produced in South Korea as special gift. So everyone might visit our booth, and I can give you this small
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Another person? Somebody online? Can we read online? It seems to be a solution for the risks of carrying water on the head, but on the other hand, it isn't too heavy for the back, putting much stress on the backbone on the long run.
I think that question is a very good question. So while I'm thinking that using even wearing the bag with the 10 liters jerry cans, we are targeting mostly 10 liters. So it is also the not perfect solution, but just more temporary solutions. The mostly entire solutions, no one carrying the water, especially for the children. For example, other to using a 20 liters jerry can, the 20 liter jerry cans is very, very heavy, even the wearing. So that's why we're targeting 10 years old children. And there are many challenges that designers can doing. For example, rolling drums or Q drums. But there are also needed to thinking about the cost. How can we sustainable? Do not giving just from somewhere, just to make it locally. That's why the price is also locally production is needed to be thinking at the same time. So for me, that wearing that is a kind of the processes now to the perfect positions in the future. So I needed to, that's why the design have to be designed, have to be developed and developed a better function. The first design was 10 years before, it was a really, really crap. I wouldn't to see that such a crappy design 10 years. But now our skills, our tailor skill was developed slowly. That's why I'm very happily to introducing these design to the worldwidely from Uganda to the US market even. So I believe that as time goes by, our products will be changed for the better ways. So that's why the questions is not harder to say this is the end of the today. Okay.
Thank you so much. We should also consider design evolution, because from one stage to another until you perfect, maybe you won't perfect, but somebody will make a contribution to what you already have. Any other questions? Backbenchers, please. One question and we end it.
One more? Don't you feel hungry? No, it's already.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, apparently there is an issue that we are all facing, and that is the plastic waste. Yeah? So whenever we dispose of plastics, they are not really biodegradable.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you, as an innovator, is working on that.
Yeah, the first time that I designed this back 10 years before, I tried to use a recycled material. But the recycled material is approaches the very differences of the living condition. For instance, South Koreans people threw it away, such the fabrics, but because they hate to use. But in the case of many here, people, the lifestyle is not thrown away. So that's why, even though I'm trying to recollecting the fabrics that use that, there are so many functions that are not much enough to making the strong bags. So that's why the recycled have to be always not the best solutions. But you mentioned about the biodegradable plastic. There are so many countries now thinking about the ESG, environmental issues or social issues at the moment here, ESG themes. So that's why many companies now developing some biodegradable plastics. But in this, the cases here harder to finding and also very high supplier cost are needed. We are using some part of the biodegradable material in South Korea when we're making some bags. But still, in locally, it takes a time to finding such a nature.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we clap for Jay? And I want to hand back that microphone to my senior here. And let me thank myself for today's work. I hope to see you tomorrow. Right.
Thank you, Maureen. It's always wonderful to work with you. I would have loved to have a kind of listing of the wrap-up, but we just thank our chief guest, our host, the Vice Chancellor, our keynote speakers, and the presenters as far as we've had, but also our audience and the participants. Thank you. For those ones who are supposed to accompany the Vice Chancellor this evening, the bus is waiting. And then for tomorrow, the bus is waiting, I think, in the park. For tomorrow, we are starting here, then we'll have the 2 breakaway sessions, but 1 session will remain here. Thank you for your time, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.